मिले, एक सुविधा मिले और ये सेक्टर खूब आगे बढ़े। मैं फिर से आप सबका आज के सेमिनार में स्वागत करता हूं। बहुत सारे आज प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं, बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन आंसर हैं। आपका एक्टिव पार्टिसिपेशन रहे इसकी मैं आशा करता हूं। इट शुड नॉट बी वन वे डायलॉग। आप लोगों का इनपुट भी उतना ही जरूरी है। कोई भी प्रेजेंटेशन में एट द एंड ऑफ द प्रेजेंटेशन आपको लगता है आपको सुझाव देने चाहिए तो जरूर से दीजिएगा। और आज के इस सेमिनार का सब लोग खूब उपयोग करें, ऐसी मैं आप लोगों से आशा रखता हूं। फिर से आप सबका खूब स्वागत है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर, इट इज वेल सेड। थोड़े दिन गुजारो गुजरात में, दैट्स व्हाट इट मीन्स इन शॉर्ट। So next we have our chief guest, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, the most dynamic person I have seen. He is a 1997 batch IS officer of the Assam Meghalaya cadre, assumed office of the Director General of Shipping under the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India on the 3rd of July 2023. He has earlier served as Zonal Development Commissioner, Santa Cruz Electronic Export Processing Zone, that's called SEEPS, Special Economic Zone, Mumbai, under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. In his earlier assignments with the State Government of Assam, Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji has served as Commissioner and Secretary, Finance Department and Commissioner, North Assam Division. Shri Shyam sir has also served as Commissioner, Commercial Taxes, Chairman, Civil Services Corporation, Department of Food and Civil Supplies, Department of Finance, Government of Kerala, and separately as District Magistrate of West Garo Hills in Meghalaya, thereby giving him the diverse exposure to the three states of Assam, Kerala, and Meghalaya. He has domain knowledge in the core areas of public finances, export promotion, prospective planning, public policy analysis, and sectoral exposure to animal husbandry and veterinary, rural development, and judicial processes. Presently, in the assignment of DG Shipping, an attempt is being made to leverage technology-based solution to computerize end-to-end the workflow processes of the Directorate General of Shipping and the examination reforms for the compliance to the International Convention on STCW. Can I request Shyam sir to please take the dais?
नमस्कार। श्री राजकुमार बेनीवाल जी, वाइस चेयरमैन एंड CEO, गुजरात मैरिटाइम बोर्ड, my eminent colleague, Additional Director General of Shipping, Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran ji, Shri Vipul Singhal ji, Director, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Dr. Manoj Kumar Bansal, respected District Magistrate ji, my colleague, Principal Officer, Marine Mercantile District, Kandla, Shri Santosh Kumar Darokar ji, President Sriya, Shri Vishnu Kumar Gupta ji, Chairman IMEI Mumbai Branch, Shri David Birwadkar ji, eminent personalities of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. मैं राजकुमार बेनीवाल जी के स्वागत भाषण में जो उन्होंने उल्लेख विकसित भारत संकल्प का किया था 2047, This is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. It has a multi-sectoral impetus to power India to the foremost economy globally. And it is here I would request to allow me to dwell on how important the maritime sector is. Globally, a former Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, which is the international shipping regulator, had said that if shipping was to stop because of the cessation of movement of commodities, half the world would freeze to death and the other half would starve to death. It is a global lifeline. And for the Indian economy, 70% by value of your export and import cargo is on maritime platforms. 90% by volume of the same EXIM cargo is on the maritime route. India presently is a service sector-led economy which is shifting gears to give emphasis to the manufacturing sector. That means consumption patterns would require value-added, competitive global supply lines. And that is where shipping is critical. As on date, India has an average spend on the GDP of 12.5% to 13% on the logistics spread. Global leaders like in Europe, China, they are extremely competitive at 7 to 7.5% in the logistic cost for a value chain. The moot emphasis here is to knock off 6 to 6.5% of the logistics cost by having an extremely friendly, ease of doing business interface and multimodality. You shift from road to maritime, inland waterways, which the country is blessed with, and ensure that the 6 to 6.5% that you knock off from the present 12.5% to 13% translates to global competitiveness in your export or your import kitty. Having said this, under the Vikasit Bharat Sankalp, what essentially is important? What is important is to give emphasis to the maritime sector. I will take some time. The second issue out here is essentially about the significance of the circular economy. And that is where in shipping you will see ship building, ship repairs, commercial operations of ships, and end of shelf life, ship recycling. Now for ship recycling, today is a red letter day where we are gathered here to commemorate the operationalization globally of the Hong Kong Convention 2009 on safe and sustainable ship recycling. Gujarat will be the leading state in maritime terms for India on two specific pillars. The first is the magic that is happening in Gift City. Gift City, effectively deemed a foreign territory for taxation as a special economic zone, implies one, not just that the major banks have come and set up a base there for softer capital infusion for your build infrastructure and shipbuilding, but also the other modalities of providing academia, research, and of course, business in terms of the Indian Bullion Exchange is making GIFT City one of the foremost international financial sectors. And the mandate given to the Directorate General of Shipping is, while the Merchant Shipping Act 1958 is being revised, to bring in modalities of augmenting the Indian tonnage by flagging. When you flag in India, the benefits of what we call as a flag of convenience are an open registry. That element has to be infused into the Indian flag, which is, as on date, a closed registry. For those who are familiar, you should understand, a closed registry is what foremost economies which are not insular, but focused on the 4 S's of shipping: secure, smart, sustainable, and safe. You enable this through your flag state responsibility under the UNCLOS Article 94. So how do you move from the closed registry to the duality of an open registry? Infusing elements of allowing the same thing that is happening at Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, at GIFT City. Allowing foreign flags, bareboat charter demise. This is one pillar of the activity. And today's seminar is critical, as Beniwal Sahab had mentioned, largely for ship recycling. I spoke yesterday at length. Alang Sosia is doing more than 70% of the light dead tonnage in terms of ship recycling. Under the Hong Kong Convention, India will be pitched to become the first and foremost nation in terms of safe and sustainable ship recycling vis-a-vis competitive countries, as was mentioned, Bangladesh, Pakistan, China, where the business is receding, and Turkey. I have 5 specific requests to the lead management of Gujarat Maritime Board. The first is something we discussed with Sriya and also with the workers. The Hong Kong Convention ensures compliances based on third-party audits, scrutiny as per a ship recycling plan, and mandates which are there for labor safety, and specific norms related to the inventory of hazardous materials. So what would be necessitated here is, while we comply to the Hong Kong Convention, you have a digital interface, part set up by the Gujarat Maritime Board as the designate authority, and the Directorate General of Shipping as the national authority, interfacing on a very, very seamless digital architecture for the compliances part. So the first is for the Gujarat Maritime Board and the stakeholders here in Alang Sosia to ensure that digital platform is structured. The second request is essentially about the Gujarat Maritime Board's own vision plan, which has been drawn up in consultation with Sriya and with the local stakeholders. You are expanding from the 14-kilometer beachfront stretch to larger beach or water frontages of 120 plus meters and 100 such plots. That would mean the treatment and storage of your hazardous and disposable items. Your landfill at the existing site is being expanded. It still has a horizon of perhaps 7 to 8 years to be completed, but there is requirement of additional land acquisition, which Talavia ji is basically heading from GMB under the leadership of Beniwal Sahab. That would allow another 20-25 years of uninterrupted recycling. You would have to upskill for the indigenous or for the handling of the hazardous materials, because that is one thing in recycling hasn't as yet arrived. So the second request out here was the vision plan needs to be shared with the Government of India to ensure it is done on a geospatial platform, is seamless, allows all stakeholders to grow as they engage. And I will finish off with the two other requests, which are rather simplistic. The third part, please realize, shipping is an international business. Now, unfortunately, within the institutional structures of government, whenever you look at doing a roadshow, reaching out to global markets, there is also a school of thought which is slightly conservative in the government. I would urge the Gujarat Maritime Board to come up with an annual platform which is focusing on ship recycling with all global stakeholders out here itself. And the last, we are here as the national authority to support, and we will ensure that it is as convenient as possible. Under Sri Ajit Sukumaran sir's lead, all technical inputs will be provided, and we ensure that there will not be a system which defeats any enthusiastic growth that is being factored. My last submission is there is adequate funds under the Ferrous Scrap Development Fund. I would request, under the lead of Sri Beniwal sir, adequate DPRs being submitted for Alang Sosia and for anything, social infrastructure, connectivity, or any other aspects, where I would also request the lead of Dr. Manoj, will be working out the entire 360 degree of spectrum. I'm grateful for this engagement. I apologize for having overshot my time outlay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We'll proceed with the felicitation address. We have with us Ajit Kumar Sukumaran. He is the Chief Surveyor, cum Additional Director General of Shipping Engineering. He is a marine engineer turned marine administrator, currently serving as a Chief Surveyor with the Government of India. BTech, Chief Engineer Officer, Class 1, Government of India. Post-graduation in Maritime Operations and Management, IIT Kharagpur. 10 years sailing experience, 22 years with the Director General of Shipping. He is member, Academic Council, Indian Maritime University, Chairman TED 19, Sectional Committee, Marine Engineering, Bureau of Standards, BIS. Represented India in various international maritime conventions at IMO, leader of delegation to MEPC and MSc of IMO, served as government nominee in the Board of Trustees, Chennai, Kochi and New Mangalore Port Trust. Sir.
Respected Director General of Shipping, CEO GMP, District Collector, Director from Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Chairman Sriya, Chairman IMEI, my colleague Santosh Darwakar, Principal Officer, friends and colleagues from the industry, a warm good morning to you all. First of all, let me appreciate GMB, Sriya, and of course the IMEI for having such a wonderful arrangement befitting the occasion. Uh, when we were yesterday taking rounds in the yards, perhaps several historical moments in the maritime sector was coming through my mind. Perhaps the most celebrated or maybe the most controversial ships, perhaps next to Titanic, could be the Exxon Valdez. The 1989, the disaster, which spilled over 1 million gallons of oil in one of the most ecological sensitive areas of Alaska, shook the world for over a decade. It is said that at least 2 of the presidential elections of United States, the primary agenda was focused on the Exxon Valdez disaster. That entered into the famous maritime sector, the OPA 90 or the Oil Pollution Act, which led to the double hull tankers. Means double hull for a tanker means double the cost, which perhaps changed the complete economics of the tanker market. And also the STCW Convention 1995 amendments, which dramatically changed the competency requirement for the shipboard operations. Scene changes. 2012, an oil tanker, aged, drained, weak, and fragile, comes to the shore of India along Sosia by name Oriental Nicety. But how many of us know the Oriental Nicety was none other than the Exxon Valdez, which created some kind of infamous history for the maritime sector. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want to say is that shipbreaking industry is not a breaking of industry. It is a historical role also. Because every ship which comes to the along Sosia for recycling perhaps has a history behind it. When I was moving around the yard yesterday, when I went to one of the yards, they were telling the largest ship was recycled there. It is Seaways Giant, originally called, the 657,000 tonner tanker, perhaps the mammoth structure which has ever been made by humans in the history of maritime sector. But it has got another name, Yare Viking. That time, I myself was a third engineer of that ship. Later on, when it came and it was dismantled here, it became Nok Navies. Whatever said and done, all these ships, every inch of steel has got a history to tell. Because it has been trading for years, 25, 30 years, going to multiple countries, hundreds and thousands of ports. Because a ship is an institution by itself. It serves to the port, to designer, to the construction, to repairs, the customs, immigration, and even up to the ship recycling. Thousands and millions are living directly and indirectly on that. So that history is getting transformed into various forms. In our Indian cultural belief, we believe in rebirth. That means life never ends, at least for 7 rebirths. So it only gets transformed one form to the another. In fact, the ship recycling, particularly in Alang, is a classic demonstration of this belief. The bridges, the buildings we stay here, the cars we move around, the trains which carry the cargo, and perhaps the future ships, somewhere or other might have somewhere contributed something from the Alang Sosia shipyard. In other words, today the development agenda of the maritime sector cannot be achieved until and unless a sustainable model of industry like Alang Sosia demonstrated to the world is not there in the maritime sector. Yesterday, DG Sir was talking about some of the figures, facts and figures which is connected with ship recycling. For example, 1 ton of steel which is generated, recycled here, in effect saves around 1,154 kilos of iron ore, around 654 kilos of coal, and around 54 kilos of limestone, and so on. That is one perspective. But just see the other side of it. It also saves each ton around 1.63 to 4 tons of CO2. CO2 saving means it is the protection of the environment. But that is one side. The other side, just see that. There is something called the carbon trading scheme, even in India. So if you are saying that 1.63 tons of CO2 is saved, suppose if it is around 1 to 1.25 million tons of steel is going to be recycled here in OSIA in the coming days, it is somewhere around 2 million tons of CO2 saved every year. It in effect means around 35 million tons of, the numbers of trees, or around 450,000 cars taken off from the roads. If you talk about the mechanism of carbon trading scheme, each ton of steel, the ton CO2 created, generated is somewhere equal to, in foreign market, it is around $20 to $50 per ton. But in Indian context itself, it is around 10 to 15 dollars, which amounts to around $20 million annually actually saved from here. Even just see the economics of that. If you say the international market steel price is somewhere around $1,000, maybe around 900 to 920 currently, and the steel price here LDT is somewhere around $500. So each ton is saving somewhere around $400 for the country, that in effect around 5,000, 6,000 crores for the Indian economy. That is what then it is called, earlier it has got a cultural one, a spiritual one, the economic one, the environmental one, and the social part of it. It employs directly somewhere around, if you are telling in a good figures, it is somewhere around 20,000 employees directly or indirectly getting employed. That is a social part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come to the Hong Kong Convention, it is not just a regulatory transformation. It is an opportunity for us as a country to project to the world a landscape, these kind of good works, these kind of achievements, which is unique for this kind of industry to the world platform. And the Hong Kong Convention, as I said earlier, one of the program, it is an acknowledgement of the good work being done by the ship recycling industry for years together. It is a recognition of the relevance and significance of this industry. It is the celebration for you having turned one of the dirtiest and unsafe industry to one of the cleanest and safest industries today. It is a celebration for taking one of the small villages in one of the coastal state of the country to the world landscape synonymous with ship recycling, the alarm. So with this achievement, I think I must congratulate and thank the entire industry of ship recycling industry for having whatever you have done for the maritime sector, for the country and society at large. And I must also say that ship recycling is a nation building activity, because every when we also telling around 99%, maybe 98 to 99 or 100% of it is reused. It is an economic foundation stone for the development aspirations. So finally, Hong Kong Convention is a promise to our good workers of the yards that they are being seen, they are being acknowledged, and it is an assurance on the safety, respect, and dignity of their job. It is an assurance that they all will go back safely to their home to see the smiling faces of their children. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having been here and also for arranging such a wonderful program. And on behalf of the Director General of Shipping, let me assure you all that Hong Kong Convention and our role as national authority is not to create hurdles or making any additional regulatory interventions, but to facilitate it, take this industry to the world scenario in a much respectful, much acknowledgeable manner, and maybe consider as a most sustainable form of industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request everyone to keep the mobiles on low volume. I mean, business is important and calls are important. We don't want you to put them off, but if you can just lower the volumes down. We go ahead now. We have Shri Vipul Singhal, IRTS, Director, MOPSW. Vipul Singhal, working as Director Shipbuilding and Repair, Shipping and IC in the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, has more than 16 years of experience in logistics, transport and railway sector. In addition to the current portfolio, he has been involved in policy formulation role in the Ministry of Railways in the domain of passenger marketing, which involved policies related to various issues regarding passenger fares and ticketing, including digital ticketing initiatives. He has more than 12 years of field experience in the area of transportation, including passenger as well as freight train operations, safety in train operations and planning for removal of infrastructure bottlenecks for efficient transportation. Having worked primarily in Western Railways, his working has been closely associated with the port sector, particularly the Pipavav Port, Naulaki Port, Deen Dayal Port and the Mundra Port. He has completed BTech from Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Kharagpur in Ocean Engineering and Naval Architecture. In the professional sphere, he has attended numerous format and field trainings from the institutes of repute such as Indian Institute of Management, IIM Calcutta, high-speed rail training conducted by Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, in Japan, field attachments in various sectors, including ports, iron ore mines, container depots, etc. Sir, please. Vipul, sir.
Respected Director General of DG Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, sir. Vice Chairman and CEO, GMB, Shri Rajkumar Beniwal, sir. Collector Bhavnagar, Shri Manish Kumar Bansal. Chief Surveyor cum Additional Director General Engineering, Shri Ajit Kumar, sir, from DG Shipping. Principal Officer MMD Kandla, Shri Santosh Kumar, sir. President Sriya, Shri Vishnu Kumar Gupta. Chairman IME Mumbai Branch, Shri David. Honorable dignitaries, esteemed colleagues and respected stakeholders. It is indeed a privilege to stand here today at this critical workshop on ship recycling, a sector where India has not only made its mark but actually leads globally with pride. You are all aware that India currently handles nearly 30% of the world's ship recycling, and along ship recycling yards alone contribute over 98% of the total national capacity. With more than 153 plots and around 131 being operational, we have 115 plots which are already compliant with the Hong Kong Convention. With this, Alang is a shining example of what focused policy, infrastructure and international alignment can achieve. With the Hong Kong Convention coming into force from June 26, 2025, India is well ahead of the curve. We ratified HKC back in 2019 and backed it up with Recycling of Ships Act and the ship breaking rules, ensuring full legal alignment. Our designated authorities at both the national and the state level are already in place and are functioning. We are also scaling up infrastructure. GMB is already planning, it's having its Alang master plan, where they're aiming to augment the existing capacity from almost 4.5 LDT per year to almost 9 million LDT per year. Yesterday we saw that the investments are already going on in the TSDF upgrades, the healthcare infrastructure, like the level 3 trauma center we saw yesterday, and the modern labor accommodation, almost all of which are operational. On the financial front also, from the Ferrous Scrap Development Fund, FSDF, almost 54 CR has been provided with a focus on areas like safety, skill development and environmental research. These steps underline our commitment to not just growth but responsible growth. India is constantly engaging globally. We are taking up the matter beyond the HKC compliance now to the EU regulations also. 3 yards have already been inspected by the EU SSR committee, and we have further 31 yards also from Alang which have further applied for the EU certification. We are hoping that maybe in the coming future this EU SSR regulation also is certified. This certification is also given to our yards in Alang, which will help to provide a greater market access and will cement our role in the global circular economy. Of course, challenges still remain. SRIA and GMB have constantly taken up the matter of BIS certification for the steel bars, the steel TMT bars and the structural elements which are produced using the using the steel which is recycled from Alang. Of late, you must be aware that a committee has already been constituted by the Niti Aayog under the chairmanship of Secretary SNT. Hopefully, they'll be taking the matter forward and probably to a logical conclusion. Basically, for all this to succeed, state participation is essential. Coastal states and maritime boards must align local regulations with the HKC. They should plan for new recycling zones and build clusters that basically meet the international standards. Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways has been providing regular support to the industry. We have had immense stakeholder consultations. Various issues which have been raised by SRIA, we have taken up with various ministries. Out of the 30 issues which have been raised by SRIA, more than 25 have already been resolved, and we further commit ourselves to take up whatever issues are raised by SRIA or GMB or maybe other states also in the future. Let me close by saying that India is not just ready, we are also leading by leadership. For leadership, basically we need collaboration, we need the center, states, the industry and the institution to basically join hands and to make India a global hub for safe, sustainable and HKC compliant ship recycling. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Captain Santosh Kumar Darokar, Principal Officer, MMD Kandla, graduate in mathematics, certificate of competency as Master Mariner FG, and MSc in Maritime Safety and Environmental Administration from WMU, Malmö, Sweden. Started his career in 1990 as a trainee nautical officer cadet in the Shipping Corporation of India. He was absorbed ashore as Deputy General Manager in ISM and ISPS cell of SCI and continued till 2010. He joined DG Shipping, Indian Maritime Administration as Nautical Advisor, Surveyor in Charge at Mangalore in March 2010, worked in DG Shipping Headquarters Mumbai as Nautical Surveyor and Deputy Nautical Advisor from 2015 to 2020, and since June 2020 took over charge as Principal Officer in Charge at MMD Kandla, Gujarat, involved in implementation of MS Act through conduct of casualty investigations, surveys, inspections, audits, registrations of vessels under the MS Act, attended meetings of the IMO and other seminars, workshops, active coordination with the ports, government agencies and private shipping agencies within the jurisdiction of Gujarat coast. Darokar Saab, please.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Sri DG Sir, Rajkumar Beniwal Sir, Vice Chairman and CEO of Gujarat, and Ajit Somkaran Sir, Dr. Manish Kumar Sir, Collector of Bhavnagar, Vipul Singhal Ji, Director MOPSW, Vishnu Kumar Gupta Ji, President Sriya, David Virvatkar, Chairman IME, representative from Malang, Socia, Recycling, General Workers Association, stakeholders, shipbreakers of the industry, officers from the central government, central ministries, state government ministries, CPCB, GPCB, and even representative from the classification societies present here. Media, ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to you all once again for this one-day workshop, recycling of, which is basically we are celebrating this implementation of Hong Kong Convention, which has been basically adopted, it was adopted in 2009, and we are actually accepted the deposition of an accession by the countries like last was the Republic of Bangladesh and Liberia on 23rd of June 2023. So as per the Article 71 of the Convention, it has to be percentages of particular countries and that deadweight and gross tonnage of has to be satisfied, and accordingly 26th of June is the day on 2025 after 24 months of this particular things ये हमारा हांगकांग कन्वेंशन अभी लागू हुआ है। मैं समझता हूँ कि ये हमारे डीजी सर, हमारे अजीत सर, बेनीवाल सर सबने और विपुल सिंघल जी में काफ़ी उसमें प्रकाश डाला है। मैं और रिसाइकलिंग के ऊपर ज़्यादा मैं समझता हूँ कि ज़्यादा बात नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि हांगकांग कन्वेंशन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन आप सब लोगों, मेरे से ज़्यादा अनुभवी लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। मैं समझता हूँ कि शिप ब्रेकिंग एक ऐसा बिजनेस है, अभी हम शिप ब्रेकिंग को उसका वर्ड यूज़ नहीं करेंगे, इट्स रिसाइकलिंग नाउ। सो रिसाइकलिंग के लिए मैं समझता हूँ यहाँ पर जो बैठे हुए अनुभव है, इनका अनुभव हमारे से ज़्यादा है, और इसीलिए मैं बोलता हूँ बांग्लादेश के पहले डिपोजिशन इंडिया ने 2019 में हमने किया है नवंबर में, उसके बाद में दिसंबर 2019 में रिसाइकलिंग एक्ट भी आया हुआ है। तो ये सब चीज़ें जो हमारे लिए मायने रखते हैं कि एक अनुभवी खिलाड़ी सब यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, मैं समझता हूँ। और गुजरात एक ऐसा स्टेट है, हमारा मैरीटाइम स्टेट है इंडिया का, भारत का, कि जहाँ पर ये हिस्ट्री है जो एनिशिएंट बेसिकली मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज ऑफ इंडिया is starts from the Gujarat Sindhu civilization, then Lothal is there, then all these ports are there. Ancient ports basically Gujarat se start हुए, Goga हो गए, Manduraj and all these things. Anyway, I will not, but then I will just say, throw some light that why ship is traveling so much of so many of years, and it is important that she has to board the graveyard. And that's what is basically Hong Kong Convention basically. And it's important that yes, but it is not only that vessel's journey was a last journey, but it is how do you basically take the opportunity to recover, to reuse, rethink how we manage that resources in increasingly and valuably sustainably. Now, International Maritime Organization has already basically ratified, I mean, this has come into the post. So, and then 24 countries are, contracting states are there now, which is having about 57.15% gross tonnage of this merchant shipping. So we have basically exceeded this, and then I will just come back directly to the, again I just wanted to throw some light, basically I want to say something about that. India was a country, he has tried his best, इसलिए मैं बोला कि सब अनुभवी लोगों ने इसको एक करने के बाद ये डिपोजिशन जो हमने 2019 में किया, लेकिन उसके बाद जो हम बांग्लादेश को जो बोलते हैं उसने 2023 में जो किया है, नॉर्वे ने 2023 में इसी दिन में 26 जून में 2013 में, सो आफ्टर 10 years Bangladesh and library has come, and then, so I think we have done good, we have done best in our for deposition of this. We should not say like that. I mean, that is what I wanted to say in that. We should be proud of that. Yes, we have done deport the Bangladesh and all the other countries. Of course, that time Turkey and Bangladesh, Japan and all the already they also deposited. इंडियन पर्सपेक्टिव के हिसाब से मैं समझता हूँ कि यहाँ पर मैन पावर इंटेंसिव इंडस्ट्री है और मॉडर्नाइजिंग एड्स है, सर्टिफिकेशन की बात की है सर ने अभी, इंटरनेशनल व्हेन वी आर मैचिंग अप विद द इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स नाउ, व्हेन डिस्कस विद वी हैव सीन द एड्स यस्टरडे. सो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो सब है हम देख रहे हैं, बट अगेन एट द सेम टाइम वी आर ऑल्सो ऑन द path of satisfaction, I mean basically fulfilling the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, that is United Nations Sustainable Goal number 12, which is nothing but responsible consumption and production. So basically जब ये hazardous disposal of hazardous material and all these things, when you are doing it, we are indirectly basically we are fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations also. Now I will not, but now lastly I want to say that it is not maritime word or international shipping industry जो है, ये सिर्फ जहाज या स्टील या पोर्ट्स बंदरगाह और कोई चीज सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं है. स्टेक होल्डर से बाकी सब, उसके अलावा मैं समझता हूँ कि इट इज बेसिकली कोरिलेटेड विद द पीपल, प्रैक्टिसेस एंड बेसिकली लास्ट इज नथिंग बट द प्लैनेट वेयर वी आर सपोज्ड टू लिव विद द पीसफुली, प्रॉस्परसली एंड एट द सेम टाइम giving harmoniously, giving something to the people, to the country, to the others. एक राष्ट्र के नाते हम दूसरों को वैश्विक स्तर पर हम क्या दे रहे हैं, मैं समझता हूँ कि ये आज हम इसके ऊपर विचार करना चाहिए. तो सही मायने में हम लोग बहुत कुछ दे रहे हैं. तो आई जस्ट कम बैक टू द टॉक ऑफ द पीपल. रिसेंटली 18 जून 2025 को एक आईएमओ में एक सेमिनार हुआ, बेसिकली एक संगोष्ठी हुई है, उसके ऊपर उसमें ILO, IMO, ICS and other ITF and other peoples were there. उन्होंने इसके ऊपर काफ़ी मतलब एक चर्चाएं हुई. उस बेसिक चर्चा में बेसिकली इंटरनेशनल सीफेयर्स डे हम लोग 25 जून को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं हर साल. उस दरम्यान 18 जून को ये एक संगोष्ठी हुई है. उस दरम्यान कार्यशाला, इस कार्यशाला में मतलब एक कार्यशाला एक नहीं थी, एक संगोष्ठी सब लोगों को बुला के, तो सीफेयर्स, दूज आर द बैकबोन ऑफ दिस इंडस्ट्री. इन लोगों ने अपने स्टोरीज नैरेट किए. उसमें एक स्टोरी उन्होंने बताया कि बहुत सारे स्टोरीज उन्होंने बताया, लेकिन नाउ आई एम कमिंग टू द पॉइंट ऑफ, जब मैं 5 साल से यहाँ पर प्रिंसिपल ऑफिसर प्रधान अधिकारी के नाते काम कर रहा हूँ, तो मेरे प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है, मैं उसके ऊपर आना चाहता हूँ. तो सबसे पहले मैं समझता हूँ कि HKC और आपका MLC, ये दोनों का जो नाता है, जो रिश्ता है, इसको भी हमको समझना जरूरी है. We cannot forget the seafarers' rights, their human rights. That is what that उस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय समुद्री संगठन में जो 18 जून को एक बेसिकली जो संगोष्ठी, उसका जो उन्होंने उन्हें कहा है कि we cannot neglect the human rights violations, basically criminalization of seafarers. So I am trying to say all these things. It is because most of the times when the ship is running, there are problems of the seafarers, जहाँ पर उनके wages का issues होता है. उसके बाद में उनको फ्यूल या जहाज में प्रोविजंस, वाटर सप्लाई, ये कभी कभी मिलता नहीं है. इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ शिपयर्स, इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ शिप ओनर्स, दिस वन और ऑपरेटर्स. बट मैं समझता हूँ कि जब आज 2-3 इंसिडेंट्स मेरे सामने आए थे अभी रिसेंटली, तो उसमें बेसिकली जहाँ पर जब जहाज एंकरेज में आए हैं, बिफोर शी कम्स फॉर द शिप बेसिकली स्क्रैप यार्ड, जहाँ पे रिसाइकलिंग यार्ड में आती है, तो उसके पहले प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि हम लोग आरबीएसएल को तो काफ़ी सारा हमारे ऊपर कंट्रोल, हम उसके ऊपर कंट्रोल करते हैं, लेकिन वी डू नॉट हैव कंट्रोल ऑन द एक्टिविटीज हैपनिंग हियर. सो मैं हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट, मैं हाथ जोड़ के सबको एक विनती कर रहा हूँ, एक निवेदन कर रहा हूँ कि इस बहाने कैश फायर जब ये करते हैं तो दे शुड प्लीज लुक आफ्टर दिस देयर प्रॉब्लम्स आल्सो. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड. यस्टरडे 3 days बैक देयर वाज अ चेस्ट पेन, वन कैप्टन को चेस्ट पेन हुआ, तो ही हैज टू पिक अ कोर्ट, वेसल इज कोर्ट अरेस्टेड अगेन, यू नो, एंड देन देयर इज नो even I mean agency has already supplied the fuel and water, no issue on that. But then मैं आपको एक दरखास्त करता हूँ, एक निवेदन करता हूँ कि भाई इसके जरा देख लीजिए. These are the very valid issues for me, you know. So that is what I wanted to say, one thing very important. And then now coming to the point of practices, and then when coming to the practice of the safe working conditions, So it already mandates protocols, recycling acts, trainings and all these things. So we have seen that environmental protection में भी हमने देखा है कि भाई hazardous material नहीं होना चाहिए, इसको कैसे हैंडल करना है, आइडेंटिफाई कैसे करना चाहिए, कैसे डिस्पोजल करना चाहिए, ग्लोबल प्रैक्टिसेस में फिर और रेगुलेशंस के हिसाब से किसको कैसे इसको डिस्पोजल होना चाहिए. Then we have improved ads infrastructure also today. So certified ads are also there, and as per Sir has said that USSR and also and about 30 yards are already applied for the UN your UE certification, but at least their audits are not carried out. That is what I understood. So मैं समझता हूँ GMB का रोल बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, एंड GMB ने वो रोल निभाया है कि आज GMB के पास एक अच्छा सा हॉस्पिटल है, श्रमिकों की सुरक्षा, प्रशिक्षण, सुविधा, एक कल्याणकारी योजनाएं उन्होंने स्थापित की है. 24/7 का आपातकालीन ट्रॉमा सेंटर है, जो सामान्य बुनियादी के ऊपर उन्होंने अपना अच्छा प्रदान कर दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण काम किया है. मैं उनका भी बहुत तहे दिल से आभार करता हूँ सर, बेनीवाल सर. और मैं समझता हूँ कि यू आर नॉट एक्टिंग एज ए रेगुलेटर बट एज फैसिलिटेटर फॉर ऑल्सो इन फ्यूचर, इवन दो यू आर बी डेजिग्नेटेड अथॉरिटी एंड बेसिकली वी द नेशनल recycling authority, but we will work together coherently, collectively, and we will resolve the issues whatever are there, sir. So lastly, but now when I am coming to the, I will say that it is not a regulatory shift, but it is an opportunity to improve. हमको सेफ्टी सुरक्षा के साथ काम करना है, एनवायरमेंटल सुरक्षा के लिए भी काम करना है, और इन सब को काम करके मैं समझता हूँ कि आज का जो वर्कशॉप का जो मेन उद्देश्य है, सिर्फ हमें एचकेसी के बारे में जानना नहीं है, बट एचकेसी के बाद में हमें क्या करना है, हमारा उत्तरदायित्व क्या है, उसके लिए भी हमें सोचना है, इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करना है. तो आप सब बैठे हैं, मैं समझता हूँ कि आप, इसलिए मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ, आप हमको बहुत कुछ दे सकते हैं, हमें मांगने की जरूरत नहीं है, खुले हाथ से नहीं मांगेंगे हम लोग. हम तो बोलेंगे भाई आप बताइए हमको, हम आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है, हम आपको रिजॉल्व करने के लिए कभी सदैव तत्पर है सर, कभी भी आप बताइए सर. सो लेट्स नॉट लेट अस होप दैट दिस टुडे डिस्कशन डेलिब्रेशन जो आज मिलेंगे, जो डिफरेंट थीम्स के ऊपर लोग बात करेंगे, ये सब हम लोग अच्छी तरह से उसको ऑल ऑफ अस विल एक्सप्लोर द थीम्स, एंड एट द सेम टाइम मैं समझता हूँ कि कोऑर्डिनेटेड कलेक्टिव वे से हम इसको निभाएंगे और सबसे एक साथ में काम करेंगे. और मैं ये यहाँ पे वर्कर्स के लोग भी बैठे हुए, ये जो ट्राई पार्टी का जो आपने कल से प्रोग्राम रहा उसके लिए भी हम आभारी है, जहाँ पे श्रिया और सब लोग, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगता है कि ये एक ILO का एक स्ट्रक्चर यहाँ मौजूद है और सब लोग साथ में काम करते हैं. हम चलेंगे साथ साथ लेके हाथों में हाथ, ये जो है हम होंगे कामयाब, जिस तरह का जो ये है, I feel that particular inspiration and this one spirit here. Thank you so much once again. Please do your best. Thank you so much once again, and thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Next we have Vishnu Kumar Gupta ji, President SIA. He is one of the pioneers in Mumbai shipbreaking industry since '77. And Alang ship recycling industry since '82-83. He is currently the president of Ship Recycling Industry Association, and since the last 6 years. He has been the president of SRIA for more than 17 years now. Gupta ji is having vast experience of more than 40 years in Alang ship recycling, steel mills and construction industry and various other industries in Mumbai. On behalf of Gupta ji, he has requested Ramesh Bhai Mendapara, Vice President SRIA, to give the felicitation address. Can I request Ramesh Bhai to please come on stage?
नमस्कार. एसकेसी इम्प्लीमेंट पर वन डे वर्कशॉप ऑन सीप रिसाइकलिंग के आज के कार्यक्रम में हमारे चीफ गेस्ट श्री श्याम जगन्नाथ जी सर, राजीव कुमार बेनीवाल सर, अजीत कुमार सर, हमारे कलेक्टर मनीष कुमार बंसल सर, संतोष कुमार जी, विपुल सिंधाल सर, डेविड सर और हमारे प्रेसिडेंट विष्णु सर. पहले तो ये सब आज का ये सेमिनार और मार्गदर्शन एसकेसी इम्प्लीमेंट के लिए जो आयोजन किया है, उसके लिए मैं हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज की ओर से ये धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। वैसे तो 2016 से हमने एसकेसी पे स्वयं काम शुरू कर दिया। 2009 में जब आईएमओ के गाइडलाइन के हिसाब से ये एसकेसी यहाँ शुरू होने की जो बात हो रही थी, तो आज हमने बहुत पहले एसकेसी का काम कर दिया और 90% से ज़्यादा प्लॉट अभी एसकेसी सर्टिफाइड है। तो अभी जो एसकेसी लागू हो रहा है, तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत सरल होगा। शिप ब्रेकिंग इंडस्ट्रीज बहुत सालों से ये अलग पूरे विश्व में सेफ्टी, एनवायरनमेंट और हेल्थ को ध्यान में रखते हुए काम कर रही है, लेकिन ये एसकेसी जब से लागू होगा तब से ये बहुत अच्छी तरह से काम कर सकेगा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का एक विजन है कि अलंग में डबल कैपेसिटी से काम करना है। तो ये एसकेसी लागू होने से पूरे विश्व में अलंग एक शिप रिसाइकलिंग में उभरता नाम रहेगा और आगे आने के समय में जो शिप ओनर है वो यहाँ अट्रैक्टिव होंगे यहाँ जहाज लाने के लिए, और ये इंडस्ट्रीज एसकेसी लागू होने के बाद बहुत ही अच्छे से काम कर पाएगी। वैसे बेनीवाल सर ने बोला कि बहुत टाइम से हम थोड़ा हमारी इंडस्ट्री स्ट्रगल कर रही है, लेकिन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की ओर से जो बूस्टिंग मिल रहा है उसे हमारे शिप इंडस्ट्रीज को हौसला बढ़ रहा है। फ्यूचर के टाइम में हम बहुत अच्छी तरह से ये एसकेसी का इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, और आज का जो सेमिनार यहाँ हुआ है और उसका जो प्रबंध किया है और आयोजन किया और सब डिग्निटी ने यहाँ आके अपना टाइम निकाल के ये पूरी इंडस्ट्रीज को डेवलप करने के लिए जो आयोजन किया है, उसके लिए मैं शिप ब्रेकिंग एसोसिएशन और इंडस्ट्रीज के हमें सभी भाइयों की ओर से धन्यवाद अदा करता हूं। थैंक यू वेरी मच। जय हिंद।
Ramesh bhai, thank you. We have now David Birwadkar, Honorary Chairman of IMEM Mumbai branch. David sir brings over 4 decades of unparalleled experience in the maritime industry. Starting his career at sea with SCI and volumes, his distinguished short tenure includes pivotal roles at volumes in London, SR Shipping Limited, and Anglo-Eastern Ship Management, India. Notably, he spent over 15 years at JESCO, advancing from Vice President Fleet Management to heading the Training and Assessment Department and continuing as an advisor until early 2025. Since April 25, David has taken on the role of Director Strategic Growth and Institutional Excellence at HIMT Chennai. A mechanical engineering graduate, he is a highly respected industry leader, actively involved in various technical committees and currently serving as chairman of the Mumbai branch of the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. His impactful contributions, particularly in the seafaring training, have earned him accolades such as Maritime Icon of the Year 2024. David sir, please.
Respected Shri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Shipping, Chief Guest for today, Sri Rajkumar Benipal, Dr. Bansal, Sri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Sri Vishnu Kumar Gupta, Sri Vipul Singhal, Sri Santosh Kumar Darokar, dignitaries from the Directorate, dignitaries from GMB, SRIA, classification societies, other dignitaries and friends. A very good morning to all of you. It's indeed my immense pleasure to stand before you representing the Institute of Marine Engineers India as chairman of the Mumbai branch. We gather here on the heels of a truly momentous occasion for the entire global maritime industry. Just 3 days ago, on 26th June, the maritime world took a monumental leap towards the future as the Hong Kong Convention finally came into force. This date will forever be etched as a golden day in the annals of maritime history. It is a culmination of years of tireless effort and marks the dawn of a new era, an era of responsible, safe, and environmentally sound recycling. How fitting it is that we are all gathered here today for this seminar on such a relevant topic to celebrate and deliberate on the path forward. It underscores the proactive spirit of our nation's maritime leadership. For us in India, and particularly here in Gujarat, the heart of the global ship recycling industry, this is a moment of immense pride. We are not just participants in this new era, we are indeed pioneers. The world is looking at Alang, and thanks to the incredible work, we can proudly say that we are leading the way in green ship recycling. What is today 30% of the world's ship recycling, I'm sure it will go up to 40 and 50%, and we will indeed be the leaders in this green ship recycling era. The transformation would not have been possible without a shared vision and a powerful collaboration. This very conference is a testament to that spirit. I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Director General of Shipping for their visionary leadership and for steering India's policy towards this landmark achievement. My sincere appreciation goes to the Gujarat Maritime Board for their monumental efforts on the ground, transforming the infrastructure and setting new benchmarks for compliance and safety. And indeed, as chairman of the Institute of Marine Engineers Mumbai branch, I am proud that our institute has served as a dedicated knowledge partner in this revolution. We believe that technology and infrastructure are not only as effective as the people who manage them. Our focus has always been on nurturing this human capital, the skilled marine engineers and technical professionals who are the backbone of the industry. Friends, the Hong Kong Convention is more than just a set of regulations. It is a promise that is now active, a promise of a safer workplace for our people, a promise of cleaner environment for our future generations, and a promise of a truly sustainable circular economy where the steel that once sailed the seas is reborn to build a new India. As we celebrate this new beginning, let us recommit ourselves to this promise. The journey of excellence is a continuous one. Let us continue to innovate, to collaborate, and to set the highest standards for the world to follow. Thank you once again to the Director General of Shipping, GMB, SRIA, and all others who are involved in constituting this seminar. Indeed a wonderful occasion for all of us. And so it's an honor to mark this new era with all of you. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, David, sir. We have a guest today, Dr. Manish Kumar Bansalji, Collector and District Magistrate of Bhavnagar. He is an MBBS turned IAS officer in Gujarat cadre, and he is donning many hats. We would request him to say a few words.
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग। शायद आप लोगों को चिंता हो रही है कि बंसल साहब का तो नाम लिस्ट में था ही नहीं, ये बीच में कहां से आ गए। ऐसा ही है मेहता जी, चाय ठंडी ना हो जाए, यही है ना। मैं केवल 2 मिनट लूंगा। मंच respected मंच, audience. मतलब सच कहूँ तो वैसे मैं मीन्स की MBBS ग्रेजुएट हूँ, उसके बाद UPSC के थ्रू IAS में, तो मेरा और जहाज का एज सच कोई संबंध नहीं है। अभी मैं मीन्स के सामने बैठ के यही सोच रहा था कि जहाज का मेरे साथ क्या संबंध रहा है, तो मुझे दो चीजें याद आई। सर बचपन में जैसे मैं राजस्थान से हूं, तो एक तो राजस्थान में मीन्स के जो सरकारी स्कूल की किताबें हैं उसमें आता था कि वे रेगिस्तान का जहाज किसको बोलते हैं, ऊंट को। तो एक तो मुझे वो संबंध याद आया मेरा, और दूसरा जब हम बचपन में भाई बहनों के साथ खेलते थे तब ऐसा बोलते थे कि भी ऐसा शब्द बताओ जो उल्टा सीधा एक जैसा हो, तब हम जहाज बोलते थे कि जहाज को ऐसे बोलेंगे तो भी जहाज आएगा और उल्टा बोलेंगे तो भी जहाज आएगा। लेकिन पिछले 2 महीने के भावनगर में एज ए कलेक्टर के टेन्योर ने और मीन्स की कुर्सी ने जहाज के बारे में, शिपिंग के बारे में, रिसाइकलिंग के बारे में, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के बारे में, शिप का जो रिपेयरिंग उसके बारे में, उसके बाद ड्राई डॉक के बारे में, अलंग के बारे में, सोशिया के बारे में, जो पोर्ट्स है, GMB का क्या काम है, कैसे शिप रिसाइकलिंग होती है, कैसे इंटरनेशनल जो युद्ध है उनका इस इंडस्ट्री पे प्रभाव पड़ता है, कैसे HKC हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है, कैसे यूरोपियन यूनियन का जो कन्वेंशन है वो हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है, और मेहता जी, गुप्ता जी, बाकी जो भी इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, तो उन लोगों ने मेरे को काफी कुछ सिखा दिया है और मैं उनका आभारी भी हूं। यहां पे पहला चीज ये कि जब मेरा भावनगर मीन्स कि इससे ये पता लगता है कि सरकार के लिए, गुजरात सरकार के लिए भावनगर और भावनगर में भी विशेष रूप से शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है। कि जब मेरा 2 महीने पहले भावनगर कलेक्टर के तौर पर पोस्टिंग हुआ था, तब मैं मुख्य सचिव महोदय, चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब से मिलने गया, तो उन्होंने मुझे केवल 2 चीजें कही कि जिसका तुम्हें एज ए कलेक्टर बाकी चीजों पे तो ध्यान देना है, लेकिन जो पहली चीज है वो है कि हमें जो अलंग सोशिया का या अलंग का जो शिप बिजनेस पिछले 4-5 सालों में किन्हीं भी कारणों से नीचे आया है, उसको हमें वापस ऊपर लेकर आना है। और उसमें एज ए कलेक्टर तुम्हारी जो भी रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हो, तुम्हारी जो भी ड्यूटी हो, एंड शिप एसोसिएशन से जुड़े जो भी लोग आपके पास आते हैं तो उनके बात ध्यान से सुनना है, और जितना भी हेल्प गुजरात सरकार उनका कर सकती है उतना हमें हेल्प करना है। सो मैंने भी सर को ये प्रॉमिस किया था कि भी मेरी तरफ से ये रहेगा, एंड शायद पिछले 2 महीने का आपका जो मेरे साथ एक्सपीरियंस रहा है उसके हिसाब से मुझे खुशी है कि भी मैंने भी जो भी समस्या का समाधान जिला स्तर पे हो सकता था वो किया, जो राज्य स्तर पे चीजें एस्केलेट करना था या नेशनल लेवल पे जो चीजें भेजना था वो भी हम इन द सेंस की, क्योंकि कलेक्टर के तौर पे या जिले के तौर पे इतना ये टेक्निकल सब्जेक्ट है कि हमारा रोल लिमिटेड है, लेकिन शुरुआत करने के हिसाब से डिस्ट्रिक्ट में चीजें आती है तो उसके हिसाब से हम भी पूरा कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम हर प्रकार से मीन्स की आपको सपोर्ट कर सकें। और दूसरी चीज की ये ऑडियंस में मैं जो देख रहा हूं कि मेल डोमिनेटेड इंडस्ट्री में 3 महिलाएं, आई थिंक 3 महिलाएं जो बैठी है, सो उनके लिए एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाए। मुझे मतलब उनका परिचय नहीं पता, लेकिन आई वाज सरप्राइज्ड कि मीन्स कि इतना टेक्निकल सब्जेक्ट है ये, शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री है, हजारों साल पुरानी है, अलग अलग प्रकार के नेशनल इंटरनेशनल कन्वेंशंस वगैरह वगैरह को फॉलो करना होता है, एंड उसमें अगर आप तीनों भी उसमें लीड ले रही है तो ये भावनगर के लिए भी खुशी की बात है। और बाकी लास्ट में मैं कितना बोल सकता हूं कि गुजरात सरकार की तरफ से मुझे यहां पे लगाया है, विशेष इंस्ट्रक्शंस भी है, तो शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री से रिलेटेड कोई भी चीज हो उसके लिए मीन्स कि कलेक्टर के तौर पे हमेशा आपके लिए मैं उपलब्ध रहूंगा, और 24/7 आप कभी भी किसी भी वक्त कोई भी समस्या या कोई भी इंप्रूवमेंट का मीन्स कि कोई भी समस्या का समाधान हो या कोई इंप्रूवमेंट का काम हो तो हमेशा मेरी प्रेजेंस आपके साथ रहेगी। थैंक यू, एंड बोलने के लिए मौका देने के लिए खूब खूब धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Now is the time for the mementos. Can we please have the mementos? Can I request Benival Saab to please felicitate our chief guest, Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, with a shawl and a memento, please. Can I request Gupta ji to please felicitate Rajkumar Benival Sab? Can I request Captain Rakesh Mishra ji to please felicitate our Collector Sahab, Dr. Manish Kumar Bansal ji? Can I request Talavia Sahab to please felicitate our Chief Surveyor cum Additional Director General of Shipping, Shri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran Sahab. Can I request Shri Gopi Krishna ji to please felicitate our Director Shipping MOPSW Shri Vipul Singhal Sahab. Can I request Sanjay Mehta Sahab to please felicitate Santosh Kumar Darokar Sahab. Can I request Gopi Nandan Sahab to please felicitate Vishnu Kumar Gupta ji? Can I request Gopi Krishna Sahab to please felicitate Vishnu Kumar Gupta ji? Can I request Kapoor Bansal to please come on stage for felicitation to Mr. David Birwadkar ji? Thank you everyone. We'll have a group photograph and then I'll request all the dignitaries to be seated down. I will request Benival Saab to stay back for his presentation. please can we clear up the mementos? Can we have the PPT for Benival Shop? Sir, all yours.
नमस्कार वंस अगेन। आई थिंक 9 बजे से 10:40 हो गया है, सब लोग बैठे हुए हैं, सब थक गए होंगे हैं। थोड़ा सा आई थिंक वी हैव टू रिलैक्स आवर सेल्फ, अदरवाइज हम यहाँ कुछ भी बोलेंगे ब्रेन में कुछ जाएगा नहीं। 1-1.5 घंटे से ज़्यादा कंटिन्यूसली अगर इनपुट आ रहा है तो देन ब्रेन स्टॉप वर्किंग। तो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू just stand up for just 1 minute, 2 minutes and just relax so that you know, all of you please stand up. थोड़ा सा फ्री हो जाइए, थोड़ा रिलैक्स करिए बॉडी को, you will feel good about it. हाथ पैर थोड़ा हिला लीजिए, थोड़ा वॉक भी कर सकते हैं इधर उधर। वैसे मैंने बोला था चाय का थोड़ा ब्रेक लिया जाए, लेकिन बोला चाय थोड़ा लेट आएगा, अभी चाय मिलेगा नहीं आप लोगों को है ना, ये प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद चाय मिलेगा। सो आई थिंक आप सब लोग बैठ जाएं। विल डू 2-3 टाइम्स डीप ब्रीदिंग एक्सरसाइज। डीप ब्रीदिंग से क्या होता है कि ब्रेन में ऑक्सीजन का लेवल थोड़ा बढ़ता है और हमारा थोड़ा फोकस ज़्यादा होता है। सो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू सिट स्ट्रेट, आपका बैक स्ट्रेट रहे, इस तरह से आप बैठिए, आपका बैक स्ट्रेट होना चाहिए। And take deep breath 2-3 times. We'll start this exercise. आप अपनी आंखें बंद भी कर सकते हैं। Deep breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, hold, breathe out slowly. Again, deep breathe in, deep breathe. Take inside all the air. Hold for 2 seconds and now breathe out. Again breathe in, hold, breathe out. Thank you. I think now you will feel little relaxed, right? Daily जब भी ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस हो ना तो थोड़ा सा ब्रीदिंग एक्सरसाइज कर लेना चाहिए। स्ट्रेस जो है वो अपने हेल्थ के लिए ठीक नहीं है, और लाइफ में हेल्थ सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। आई विल टेक जस्ट 2-3 मिनट्स ऑन हाउ इंपॉर्टेंट इट इज टू हैव ए हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल। हमारे जब जीवन शुरू होता है ना, यंग रहते हैं तो सब कुछ कर लेते हैं, कुछ भी खा सकते हैं, कुछ भी पी सकते हैं, सब बिकॉज बॉडी साथ देता है। एक एज के बाद बॉडी का डिक्लाइन शुरू हो जाता है। वो हमारा बॉडी भी जहाज की तरह ही है यू नो दैट। सो ये जहाज को प्रॉपर रिपेयर मेंटेन जितना ज्यादा करेंगे उतना ज्यादा लंबा चलेगा, और उसके लिए आपको रेगुलर स्ट्रेस फ्री लाइफ रखना बहुत जरूरी है। स्ट्रेस इज द बिगेस्ट कॉज ऑफ एनी काइंड ऑफ डिजीज। लाइफ में एक एज के बाद डिजीज का बहुत ज्यादा और आजकल तो इतना ज्यादा पोल्यूशन हो गया है ना, कोई भी बीमारी किसी को भी पकड़ लेता है, और सबसे बड़ा रीजन उसका रहता है, 2 ही चीजों का रहता है, एक स्ट्रेस का रहता है और एक जो हमारा खाना पीना जो होता है उसका रहता है। और स्ट्रेस आज की डेट में चारों तरफ से आपको स्ट्रेस मिलता है, कहीं भी जाइए आप स्ट्रेस ही मिलता है। बहुत कम लोग होते हैं जिनके साथ मिलके आपको स्ट्रेस फ्री लगेगा। आप अच्छा 5-10 मिनट उनके साथ बात करोगे, यू विल फील हैप्पी। सो आपकी कंपनी ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि आपको पॉजिटिव एनर्जी दे, ना कि स्ट्रेस दे। ज्यादातर लेकिन स्ट्रेस ही आता है और खास करके गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम में तो और ज्यादा रहता है। हम लोग तो डेली जो भी मिलने वाला आएगा ना, अपना स्ट्रेस हमारे सर पे डाल के चला जाता है, ही इज हैप्पी हमारे। सो हाउ टू इस स्ट्रेस को कैसे हम निकाल सकते हैं, उसके लिए 2-3-4 चीजें लाइफ में हमेशा, एक तो एक्सरसाइज, वॉकिंग, जॉगिंग, व्हाटएवर जो भी आप कर सकते हैं, डेली 1 घंटा अपने लिए निकालिए, एवरी डे 1 आवर 1 घंटा अपने लिए रखिए ही। चाहे मेडिटेशन करें, योगा करें, डीप ब्रीदिंग करें, अर्ली मॉर्निंग वॉकिंग करें, और वो अपने लिए जो टाइम है उसमें आप ये रखिए कि किसी और का इंटरफेरेंस नहीं होना चाहिए। फिर ऐसा नहीं हो कि फिर 4 लोग बगल में शोर मचा रहे हैं और आपका यहाँ अपना टाइम नहीं रहेगा, फिर उन्हीं का टाइम हो जाएगा, आपका ब्रेन वहां चला जाएगा क्या चल रहा है। सो ऑलवेज हैव अर्ली मॉर्निंग और व्हाटएवर टाइम, या एक रूम जो एकदम शांत हो, आप बैठ के बस मेडिटेशन कर लें 15 मिनट, 20 मिनट, हाफ एन आवर, ऑटोमेटिकली आपका पूरा लाइफस्टाइल चेंज हो जाएगा। आप यू विल स्टार्ट गेटिंग पॉजिटिव एनर्जी। दूसरा, आपका जो संगति जिसको बोलते हैं, हमारे पूर्वजों ने बताया संगति का बहुत बड़ा असर होता है। आप कैसे दोस्त, किस लोगों के साथ टाइम स्पेंड करते हैं, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ऑलवेज हैव सच पीपल जो आपकी लाइफ में पॉजिटिव इंपैक्ट लेके आते हैं, जो आपको कुछ अच्छा बोलते हैं। अच्छे हैं नहीं है वो तो भगवान जाने, बट कम से कम अच्छे बोलने वाले तो होने चाहिए, तो विल फील हैप्पी अबाउट इट। आपको कोई भी अच्छा, कुछ भी हो, अच्छा बोलेगा, आपके माइंड, ब्रेन में ऑटोमेटिकली पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग शुरू हो जाती है। सो आपकी संगति बहुत अच्छी होनी चाहिए। थर्ड कि हमारे विचार, हम जैसे विचार रखेंगे वैसा ही हमारा जिंदगी हो जाएगा, जीवन हो जाएगा। सो हमारे विचार हमेशा पॉजिटिव होने चाहिए। पॉजिटिव विचार से ऑटोमेटिकली आपकी पूरी लाइफ में सब अच्छा होने लग जाएगा। अगर हम सब मिलके ये सोचें कि अलग से रिसाइकलिंग का इंडस्ट्री बहुत ग्रो करने वाला है, तो ऑटोमेटिकली ग्रो करने लग जाएगा। सो स्टार्ट थिंकिंग इन दोज पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शंस। कुछ जस्ट टिप्स थे कि आपको अच्छा फील हो, इसलिए let us come back to the main topic. Next please. सिर्फ रिसाइकलिंग एलंग के बारे में आप सब लोग जानते हैं, हमसे ज़्यादा आप जानते हैं, इसमें मेरे को बहुत कुछ बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। 30%, 32% ग्लोबल कैपेसिटी, 98% इंडियाज कैपेसिटी अलंग। इट्स प्राउड फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, वी शुड बी प्राउड फॉर दिस। पूरे कंट्री का 98% और वर्ल्ड का 32%, बहुत कम एरियाज हैं जिसमें हम इतना बड़ा अचीवमेंट कर पाए। सो फर्स्ट वी शुड ऑल फील प्राउड फॉर आवरसेल्फ। नेक्स्ट, अलंग का आपको पता है 10 किलोमीटर का ही सी फ्रंट है, सारा काम इसी में होता है, 1982 से शुरू हुआ है। सो ऐसा नहीं है कि बहुत पुरानी इंडस्ट्री है, 100 साल 150 साल, ऐसा नहीं है। बहुत यंग इंडस्ट्री है, लेकिन बहुत कम टाइम में बहुत कुछ अच्छा अचीव किया है हम लोगों ने। 400 प्लस से ज़्यादा पर ईयर शिप, 4.5 मिलियन LDT, 8,800 से ज़्यादा शिप अभी तक यहाँ पे रिसाइकिल हुए हैं। टोटल 70 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन ऑफ LDT हुआ है। 15,000 डायरेक्ट और 1.5 लाख से ज़्यादा इनडायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट। 115 प्लॉट HKC कंप्लाइंट हुए, विच इज ए बिग अचीवमेंट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस। 3 शिप जो है EU के लिए इस बार हमारा प्रयास चल रहा है, जल्दी ही वो भी हम अचीव कर पाएंगे। नेक्स्ट, नाउ दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट। HKC जो कन्वेंशन है वो ऐसा नहीं है कि एक बार हमने अचीव कर लिया और फिर वो हमेशा के लिए हमारा हो गया। इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट, इट इज ए कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस। उसमें पीरियोडिकली आपका इंस्पेक्शन होगा, पीरियोडिकली आपको वो कंप्लायंसेस करने पड़ेंगे। अदरवाइज जो हमारे प्लॉट HKC कंप्लाइंट या रजिस्ट्रेशन मिला है, वो रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल भी हो सकता है। वो नहीं हो उसका खास हमें ध्यान रखना है। उसके लिए हमें HKC को समझना बहुत जरूरी है। ऑलरेडी आपने अचीव किया हुआ है, बट फिर से फॉर द सेक ऑफ रिपीटिशन और अंडरस्टैंडिंग की हमें एक भी प्लॉट ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि जिसका HKC का रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल हो जाए, विच विल बी ए बिग प्रॉब्लम, बिग ब्लॉट ऑन आवर इंटायर जो हमने अभी तक अचीव किया है उसके ऊपर। HKC जो है वो 5 इंपॉर्टेंट पिलर्स पे काम करता है, और उसमें हमने क्या काम किया उसको मैं यहां बताना चाहूंगा क्विकली। नंबर 1 इज सेफ एंड एनवायरमेंटली साउंड मैनेजमेंट ऑफ हजार्डस मटेरियल, डाउनस्ट्रीम वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। देन रिपोर्टिंग ऑन इंसिडेंट्स, एक्सीडेंट्स, ऑक्यूपेशनल डिजीज एंड क्रॉनिक इफेक्ट्स। तीसरा है प्रिवेंशन ऑफ एडवर्स इफेक्ट्स ऑन ह्यूमन हेल्थ एंड एनवायरनमेंट। Fourth is worker health, safety, training and housing. And fifth is emergency preparedness and response. ये 5 एरियाज हैं, एंड मोस्टली ये एरियाज किस चीज से जुड़े हुए हैं कि जो भी पॉल्यूटेंट्स हैं उसका कम से कम इम्पैक्ट हो ऑन एनवायरनमेंट एंड ह्यूमन हेल्थ, एंड सेकेंड सेफ्टी, जो भी वर्कर हैं उनके लिए सेफ एनवायरनमेंट हो. सो ब्रॉड कंसेप्ट ऑफ HKC इज ऑन दीज टू थिंग्स कि हजार्डस वेस्ट को कैसे हम हैंडल करें जिससे एनवायरनमेंट सेफ रहे, और जो काम कर रहे हैं लोग उनकी सेफ्टी और हेल्थ का कैसे हम ध्यान रख सकें. नेक्स्ट, अगर मैं बात करूं इमरजेंसी प्रिपेयर्डनेस एंड रिस्पांस की, जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है इवन यूरोपियन यूनियन के लिए भी और HKC के लिए भी. लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में पहले क्या था और अभी हमने क्या अचीव किया है, आप देख सकते हैं कि हॉस्पिटल, जिन्होंने विजिट किया है उन्होंने देखा होगा देयर इज ए सी चेंज, ड्रास्टिक चेंज इन द हॉस्पिटल और ट्रॉमा फैसिलिटी. 15 बेड का हॉस्पिटल था पहले, अभी 35 बेड हो गया है. 10 डॉक्टर हुआ करते थे, अभी 43 डॉक्टर्स आर वर्किंग देयर, डॉक्टर्स, मेडिकल स्टाफ, नर्सिंग स्टाफ. सो टोटल 43 का स्टाफ वहां पे काम कर रहा है. पहले जो फैसिलिटी हैं उनमें बहुत सारा अपग्रेडेशन हुआ है. CT, MRI स्कैन मशीन्स, एक्सरे, ICU, एडवांस लाइफ सपोर्ट सिस्टम, एम्बुलेंस, NICU, ऑल काइंड ऑफ फैसिलिटी. जो भी एक मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल के ट्रॉमा सेंटर में जो फैसिलिटी होती हैं वो सब यहाँ पे प्रोवाइड की गई हैं. इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज में एम्बुलेंसेज हैं 24/7, विद इन 5 to 7 मिनट्स में यार्ड तक ये सर्विसेज पहुंच सकती हैं. जो प्लॉट ओनर्स हैं उनको भी इमरजेंसी प्रिपेयरनेस करके रखना पड़ता है, जिसके अंदर उनको फर्स्ट एड किट हैं. जो प्लॉट्स हैं दे शुड बी इक्विप्ड विद एडिक्वेट फायर सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स, फायर फाइटिंग प्लान, रेगुलर इमरजेंसी ड्रिल एट द प्लॉट लेवल, वो सारा उनको करना पड़ता है. एंड आई एम हैप्पी टू शेयर कि ऑल द प्लॉट होल्डर्स, मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लॉट होल्डर्स और जो GMB की तरफ से जो भी फैसिलिटी हैं इमरजेंसी प्रिपेयर्डनेस की, वो वेल इन प्लेस हैं और इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स की. नेक्स्ट, ये नया जो हॉस्पिटल अपग्रेड किया है उसके कुछ पिक्चर्स हैं. राइट हैंड साइड में आप देख सकते हैं MRI मशीन, CT स्कैन मशीन, staff quarters, canteen, all kind of facility have been provided. Next, these are some of the photographs, and all these facilities have been inspected by EU team. यूरोपियन यूनियन की जो बेस्ट टीम होती है वो आके चेक करके गए. ऑल फैसिलिटीज आर फुल्ली फंक्शनल. नेक्स्ट, सेकेंड इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट जो हमें ध्यान रखना है वो है सेफ एंड एनवायरमेंटली साउंड मैनेजमेंट ऑफ हजार्डस मटेरियल. जो भी हजार्डस मटेरियल है, हालांकि बहुत कम होता है, आप देख सकते हैं 0.05% पूरे शिप का, केवल 0.05% ही हजार्डस मटेरियल उसमें से निकलता है, लेकिन वो उसको ट्रीट करना, हैंडल करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. यूरोपियन यूनियन के स्टैंडर्ड हो या HKC के, इस चीज पे वो लोग बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान देते हैं. और उसके लिए आप देख सकते हैं 2 तरह से हम उसको करते हैं. सबसे पहले प्लॉट के ऊपर वेस्ट जनरेशन, और जो भी जनरेट वेस्ट होता है उसको स्टोरेज टेम्पोरेरीली ऑन द प्लॉट, देन उसका ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फ्रॉम प्लॉट टू द डिस्पोजल साइट या ट्रीटमेंट साइट. और ये GPCB ऑथराइज्ड जो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट फैसिलिटीज हैं उस पे इसको प्रोसेस किया जाता है. GMB की खुद की भी TSDF फैसिलिटीज हैं जहां पे बहुत सारे वेस्ट को प्रोसेस करते हैं. इसके साथ साथ एनवायरमेंटल मॉनिटरिंग भी करना पड़ता है, जिसमें पीरियोडिक environmental monitoring or parameters in consent to operate. Then we get regular health checkups for workers and environmental and health monitoring information shared with Gujarat Pollution Control Board. Next please. अगर मैं pollutants की बात करूं, जो 0.05% जो pollutants हैं वो categorize करें, तो there are 70 different kind of waste that are generated from the ship. 70. और हर एक का हमको प्रोसेस बताना पड़ता है जो एजेंसीज हैं कि किसको किस तरह से आप प्रोसेस करोगे. व्हाट इज द मेथड बाय विच यू विल डिस्पोज दिस और ट्रीट दिस वेस्ट. और वो प्रोसेस शुड बी कंप्लायंट टू द इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स, देन ओनली EU या HKC उसको सर्टिफाई करता है. खास करके EU की अगर मैं बात करूं, 70 को हमने कैटेगराइज किया है कि 25 ऐसे पॉल्यूटेंट्स हैं जिसको हम GMB की TSDF जो अलग में फैसिलिटी है उस पर ट्रीट कर सकते हैं. 25. 12 ऐसे हैं जिसमें POPs होते हैं और उसके रोटरी क्लीन इंसिनरेटर की जरूरत पड़ती है, जो अभी नहीं है, लेकिन अभी जो अपग्रेड कर रहे हैं हम फैसिलिटी, उसके अंदर ये 12 जो पॉल्यूटेंट्स हैं वो भी ट्रीट हो पाएंगे. सो टोटल 37 जो पॉल्यूटेंट्स हैं उसको हम अलंग की साइट पे ही ट्रीट कर पाएंगे। कुछ मटेरियल्स ऐसे हैं जिनको ऑथराइज्ड जो हैंडलर्स हैं बाहर हैं, वो अलग अलग जगह पे हैं, गुजरात में भी हैं, कुछ राजस्थान में, कुछ साउथ में हैं, विच आर हाईली स्पेशलाइज्ड ट्रीटमेंट फैसिलिटीज। तो 16 पॉल्यूटेंट्स ऐसे हैं जिनको बाहर भेजना पड़ता है। कुछ ऐसे पॉल्यूटेंट्स हैं, पॉल्यूटेंट्स नहीं है बट दे कैन बी रीयूज्ड और रीसोल्ड लाइक ग्रीस, ऑयल एटसेट्रा। 16 ऐसे हैं जिनको हम रीयूज कर सकते हैं। और ब्लास्ट वाटर जो है एक लास्ट वो प्लॉट पे ही हैंडल हो जाता है। इट्स नॉट एक्चुअली अ पॉल्यूटेंट बट इट इज कंसिडर्ड, और वो दैट इज बीइंग हैंडल्ड एट द प्लॉट इटसेल्फ। सो these are the categories of pollutants that we have to handle from any shift that is coming. Next. TSDF का जैसे मैंने बताया कि अपग्रेडेशन चल रहा है, ये अपग्रेड हो जाने के बाद 12-25 अभी कर पा रहे हैं हम लोग, 12 और पॉल्यूटेंट्स को यहीं पे हम लोग हैंडल कर पाएंगे, और उससे एफिशिएंसी जो है पूरे सिस्टम की वो बढ़ जाएगी। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जो रोटरी क्लीन इंसिनरेटर है वो जनवरी 26 तक शुरू हो जाएगा। उसके साथ साथ हम जो वेस्ट लैंडफिल साइट है उसकी भी कैपेसिटी बढ़ा रहे हैं, वो अक्टूबर 26 तक हम लोगों का तैयार हो जाएगा। सो एटलीस्ट फॉर अनदर 6 to 7 years तक अलंग को कोई चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है एज फार एज दीज वेस्ट मटेरियल्स आर कंसर्न। नेक्स्ट, 5 से 7 साल के बाद क्या होगा उसके लिए भी हमने अभी से ही तैयारी शुरू कर दी है। वी आर कमिंग अप विद मोस्ट एडवांस्ड लेटेस्ट TSDF साइट, न्यू TSDF साइट, जो आगे आने वाले 25, 30, 40 सालों तक जो रिक्वायरमेंट रहेगी अलंग की उसको कैटर कर पाए। उसकी ऑलरेडी वी हैव स्टार्टेड प्रिपरेशंस। उसका लैंड आइडेंटिफाई हो गया है, लैंड का इन प्रिंसिपल अप्रूवल भी सरकार ने दे दिया है, एंड शॉर्टली दिस लैंड विल बी एलोकेटेड फॉर दिस न्यू TSDF facility, which will cater to all the requirements for next 30-40 years. Then another point is prevention of adverse effects on human health and environment. This again very very important. इसमें जो कुछ steps हमने लिए हैं उसमें फायर सेफ्टी को हमने एडवांस किया है। नए 19 फायर पर्सोनेल्स को हमने रिक्रूट किया है, वहां पे फायर टेंडर्स नए रखे हैं, उनका ट्रेनिंग रेगुलर होता है, मॉक ड्रिल भी उनका शुरू किया है। रिपोर्टिंग सिस्टम बहुत जरूरी है, सो इट इज मैंडेटरी टू रिपोर्ट एनी इंसिडेंट that affects human health. आप अगर if you comply all the norms then automatically there will not be any problem. Safety inspectors हैं GMB के, annual inspection by dish ये unannounced होता है, regular health assessment of worker by respective waste management facility, periodic environmental monitoring on parameters in consent to operate, environmental monitoring at Alang to detect pollutants, GMB थ्रू नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ, ये भी एक इंस्पेक्शन करते हैं, वर्कर की हेल्थ को स्टडी करते हैं। CSMCRI भावनगर कैरीज आउट लॉन्ग टर्म एनवायरमेंटल मॉनिटरिंग एट अलंग, इनकी एक पूरा स्टडी होता है कि क्या इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है सॉइल पे, वाटर पे, एयर पे, क्या क्या इम्पैक्ट्स आ रहे हैं, पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है, कम हो रहा है, वो सारा रिपोर्ट इसका हम लोग कलेक्ट करते हैं। 2017 और 2023 में ये रिपोर्टें तैयार हुई हैं, अब फिर से इसकी एक रिपोर्ट तैयार होगी। इस तरह से रेगुलर एनवायरनमेंट का मॉनिटरिंग का प्रोसेस, कंप्लीट प्रोसेस यहाँ पे सेटअप है और उससे हम लोग इंस्पेक्शन करते रहते हैं। नेक्स्ट, वर्कर सेफ्टी एंड ट्रेनिंग इज अगेन वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। इसके लिए आपको पता है कि हम लोग एक सेफ्टी इंस्टीट्यूट है, वहाँ ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट है जो 2003 से ऑपरेशनल है। जो भी वर्कर काम करते हैं उनको कंपलसरी बेसिक ट्रेनिंग इस इंस्टीट्यूट पर लेना जरूरी है। उसके अलावा जो यार्ड ओनर्स हैं वो भी अपना इसमें ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। ये इंस्टीट्यूट को अभी हम लोग रिवाइव कर रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी टेंडर फाइनल हो गया है, इसका बिल्डिंग को भी रिवाइव कर रहे हैं, एंड वी आर हायरिंग ए national or international level agency which will impart these trainings. They will prepare new modules based on new rules and regulations. वो उसके हिसाब से न्यू नए मॉड्यूल बनाएंगे और सेफ्टी के बेस पे उनको जो ट्रेनिंग देना है that will be carried out by a new agency. Next, हाउसिंग फैसिलिटी ऑलरेडी 1000 लोगों की फैसिलिटी है, लेकिन इसको उतना लोग यूज नहीं कर रहे हैं अभी। इस पे काफी कंसर्न्स हैं हमारे भी और जो सर्टिफाइंग एजेंसीज हैं उनके भी, कि जो भी वर्कर हैं उनको प्रॉपर हाउसिंग फैसिलिटी मिलनी चाहिए। अभी कई जगह पे कच्चा बना करके ये लोग रहते हैं, वो ठीक नहीं है। कैसे इसमें हम काम कर सकें साथ में मिलके, वो हमें देखना पड़ेगा। नई प्लानिंग में हम लोग क्लस्टर बेस्ड हाउसिंग, क्योंकि रजुआत ऐसा हुआ था कि भाई बहुत दूर पड़ जाता है, सो मे बी लाइक विद इन 2 किलोमीटर्स बीच में एक क्लस्टर में हाउसिंग का एक फैसिलिटी हम डेवलप कर दें और वहां पे वर्कर रहें, उस पे जो नई प्लानिंग है उसमें काम चल रहा है। नेक्स्ट, कुछ और स्टेप्स जो हमने लिए हैं इस सेक्टर को अपग्रेड करने के लिए, इसको बूस्ट करने के लिए, उसमें 145 करोड़ का एनुअल फिक्स चार्ज में रिलैक्सेशन सरकार ने दिया है 2021 से। सिर्फ रिसाइकलिंग रेगुलेशन जो 2015 था उसमें अमेंडमेंट किए हैं, जो भी श्रेया और दूसरे प्लॉट ओनर्स की जो रिक्वेस्ट थी, खास करके ट्रांसफर ऑफ प्लॉट, रिलैक्सेशन इन चार्जेस, डेफिनेशन ऑफ फैमिली एज पर कंपनीज लॉ एटसेट्रा, अमेंडमेंट ऑफ फॉर मर्जर एंड शिफ्टिंग ऑफ प्लॉट, पहले प्लॉट का शिफ्टिंग बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता था, मर्ज करना प्रॉब्लम था, वो भी अमेंड करके उसको सिंप्लीफाई किया है। टेम्परेरी अलॉटमेंट ऑफ अनयूज प्लॉट जो पड़े रहते हैं उसका भी हमने शुरू किया है, जिससे ज्यादा एक्टिविटी वहां हो सके। एनक्रोचमेंट रिमूवल 54 हेक्टेयर लैंड क्लियर हुआ है, बाकी का काम चल रहा है। इसमें ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट का कुछ केस है, बट हमारा आइडिया ये एनक्रोचमेंट रिमूव हो, वहां क्लियर हो, जो भी लैंड है वो इसी पर्पज के लिए अलॉट हो और यूज हो। नेक्स्ट, 4 लेनिंग रोड बिटवीन अलंग एंड त्रापज, ये काम चल रहा है, ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीट हो गया है, थोड़ा पैच बाकी है जिसमें लैंड एक्विजिशन, मनीष इज हियर, ही विल हेल्प अस इन दिस, जो भी बाकी लैंड एक्विजिशन है वो जल्दी हो जाएगा तो ये रोड भी कंप्लीट होगा। 9.6 किलोमीटर स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेनेज का काम अभी वहां पे चल रहा है, ऑलमोस्ट फाइनल स्टेज पे है। वाटर मीटर्स हैव बीन इंस्टॉल्ड, ऑनलाइन पोर्टल हैज बीन क्रिएटेड फॉर प्रोसेसिंग प्लॉट होल्डर्स प्रपोजल्स। ये जो ऑनलाइन पोर्टल है इसका नया, बेस्ड ऑन न्यू रेगुलेशंस वी विल डेवलप ए न्यू पोर्टल इन विच सीमलेसली कंप्लीट ऑनलाइन सिस्टम फॉर अप्रूवल्स, बिकॉज अभी आपको जितने भी अप्रूवल्स लेने हैं, GMB हैज बीन डिक्लेयर्ड एज कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी, सो GMB को एज कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी एज पर द एक्ट एंड रेगुलेशन काम करना है। वी विल कंप्लीटली डू इट ऑन ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म। An online portal has been developed for enrolling worker using unique Aadhaar linked ID track. Now this is important. जितने भी वर्कर हैं उनका रेगुलर हेल्थ का जो डेटा है उसका मॉनिटरिंग बहुत जरूरी है, बिकॉज लॉट ऑफ पॉल्यूटेंट्स ऐसे हैं जो वर्कर्स की हेल्थ को इम्पैक्ट करते हैं। सो वी आर डेवलपिंग ए न्यू सिस्टम इन विच एवरी वर्कर हैज टू अंडरगो ए हेल्थ चेकअप एवरी ईयर या एवरी 6 मंथ, और उसका वो डेटा प्रिजर्व रहेगा ऑनलाइन सिस्टम में। एनीबडी कैन सी कि उसके पैरामीटर हेल्थ के किसी के डिटेरियोरेट कर रहे हैं कि इंप्रूव हो रहे हैं, क्या कंडीशन है, एंड बेस्ड ऑन AI सिस्टम से अलर्ट्स विल बी जनरेटेड, भाई ये वर्कर को अभी हेल्थ का प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है, इसके ये पैरामीटर ठीक नहीं है, इसको यहाँ पे चेंज करने की जरूरत है या इसको ट्रीटमेंट की जरूरत है। सो ए न्यू सिस्टम इज बीइंग डेवलप्ड, अभी इसको शुरू ही कर रहे हैं हम लोग, इसमें आप लोगों की मदद की जरूरत पड़ेगी। नेक्स्ट जाइए। सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द वर्क्स दैट वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन। नाउ फॉर फ्यूचर गोल्स, नेक्स्ट हम लोग वी आर वर्किंग ऑन लॉन्ग टर्म विजन। जो ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का 47 विकसित भारत का जो टर्म विजन है उस पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। सो वी हैव गॉट दिस स्टडी डन बाय ए प्रोफेशनल एजेंसी। यू सी द इंटायर एनवायरनमेंट इज वेरी पॉजिटिव and very you can see that from 25 in 2040 तक जो ओवरऑल वर्ल्ड में रिक्वायरमेंट होगा वो 25 LDT का रिक्वायरमेंट रहेगा टोटल ओवरऑल। उसमें से अलंग को कितना मिल सकता है, तो ऑप्टिमिस्टिक अगर सिनेरियो देखें तो 11 LDT जो है वो अलंग को मिल सकता है, नॉर्मल सिनेरियो में 8.8 एंड पेसिमिस्टिक में 7.8। सो ऑलमोस्ट 10 LDT का जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, मिलियन मेट्रिक टन LDT का रिक्वायरमेंट यहां अलंग में हमें मिल सकता है बाय 2040। नाउ 2040 तक अगर उस लेवल पे हमें पहुंचना है तो अभी से काम करना पड़ेगा, एंड वी हैव ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड वर्किंग ऑन दैट। नेक्स्ट जाइए। सो आप देख सकते हैं कि ये हमारी नई मास्टर प्लान है। ऑन राइट हैंड साइड यू सी द 10 किलोमीटर स्ट्रेच, वो अभी करंटली जो अवेलेबल है जहां पे अभी रिसाइकलिंग का काम होता है, इसमें अलंग है, सोसिया है, मनार है, जसपरा, ये सारे गांव आते हैं। 10 किलोमीटर के स्ट्रेच पे ये काम चलता है। नया जो हम बनाना चाह रहे हैं 2 फेज में, वो लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में आप देखेंगे अनदर 10 किलोमीटर स्ट्रेच इज अवेलेबल विद अस, दैट कैन बी डेवलप्ड as state of the art ship recycling facility. उसको we want to do in 2 phases. Phase 1 25 to 35 10 years में 2.9 kilometers, and phase 2 36 onwards of 7 kilometers. So इसका मास्टर प्लान बन रहा है. इसके होने के बाद हमारा कैपेसिटी अभी जो 4.5 मिलियन एलडीटी है वो 9.9 मिलियन एलडीटी तक पहुंच जाएगा. कैपेसिटी ऑलमोस्ट डबल हो जाएगा. एंड वील डू इट इन फेजेस. अगर बिजनेस बहुत अच्छा होता है तो हम इसको फास्ट कर सकते हैं. बिजनेस स्लो मीडियम स्पेस पे रहता है तो हम टाइम लेके इसको बाई 40 तक हम इसको डेवलप कर सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट, these are the phases in which we are going to do increase this facility. Next, इसमें जो फैसिलिटी हम डेवलप करना चाहते हैं वो ऐसा रहे कि जो वर्ल्ड में बेस्ट सिर्फ रिसाइकलिंग का यहाँ पे डेवलप हो पाए. कुछ उन्होंने जो सजेशन जो एजेंसीज ने हमें दिए हैं कि किस टाइप का बीचिंग सिस्टम होना चाहिए, प्लॉट का क्या लेआउट होना चाहिए, कौन सा स्क्रैप को कहाँ हैंडल करना है, क्रेन कहाँ होना चाहिए, उसका सारा साइंटिफिकली हम लोग प्लानिंग करके इसको ये प्लान कर रहे हैं जिससे कि बाद में इश्यू नहीं आए. प्लॉट का साइज भी जो विड्थ होगा वो भी 120 मीटर से लेके 300 मीटर तक रहेगा, ज़्यादा भी कर सकते हैं, जिससे आज की डेट में सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स के लिए ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. राइट काइंड ऑफ प्लॉट साइज, राइट स्पेस, मटेरियल हैंडलिंग की फैसिलिटी, लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज़ करके कैसे कर सकते हैं, वो सारा हम लोग प्लान इसमें कर रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट, दीज आर सम ऑफ द एक यूनिक मॉडल प्लॉट का जो लेआउट होना चाहिए उसका बनाया है इन्होंने. जोन वाइज, जोन ए में प्राइमरी ब्लॉक ब्रेकिंग, जोन बी में सेकेंडरी ब्लॉक ब्रेकिंग, जोन सी में असॉर्टिंग, फिनिशिंग एटसेट्रा, जोन डी, जोन ई, जोन एफ, अलग अलग जोन है जिसमें ये होना चाहिए. उसके बाद रोड, बेसिक अदर फैसिलिटीज, और उसके पीछे ही वहाँ पे रेजिडेंस, जो वर्कर्स का रेजिडेंस रहे, रिक्रिएशनल फैसिलिटी रहे, वो सारा. तो इसका एक मास्टर जो एक प्लॉट का होना चाहिए वो कैसा होना चाहिए उस पर काम चल रहा है. उसमें आप लोगों के भी इनपुट की जरूरत रहेगी. एंड देन वी विल डेवलप दीज प्लॉट्स. नेक्स्ट, दिस इज अनदर व्यू ऑफ द सेम, ये जिसको हम कर सकते हैं. जो इसका बीचिंग का मेथड होगा वो ऐसा रहेगा कि विच इज कंफर्म्स टू EU नॉर्म्स एंड HKC नॉर्म्स, एंड जो भी वर्ल्ड में बेस्ट अवेलेबल नॉर्म्स हैं उसके हिसाब से हम इसको कर पाएं. नेक्स्ट, सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम आवर साइड. आई होप दैट लेट अस मेक दिस HKC एज आवर डेली लाइफ प्रैक्टिस. वी शुड नॉट थिंक कि हमको सर्टिफिकेशन मिल गया उसके बाद छोड़ दें. हमें वर्ल्ड में बेस्ट रहना है तो हमें वो बेस्ट आदतें भी बनानी पड़ेंगी, चाहे वो सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स की बात हो, चाहे वो हजार्डस मटेरियल को हैंडल करने की बात हो, चाहे वो जो प्रोसेसेस हैं शिप रिसाइकलिंग की, बीचिंग के मेथड्स हैं उसकी बात हो. उसको हमें एक पूरे सिस्टम में इनकॉर्पोरेट करना पड़ेगा, उसको कंटिन्यूसली फॉलो करना पड़ेगा. जितने भी इंस्पेक्शन हैं उसको प्रॉपरली हमें फॉलो करना पड़ेगा, जो भी गाइडलाइंस हैं उनको प्रॉपरली फॉलो करना पड़ेगा, तो ही हम लोग वर्ल्ड लेवल पे ये सारी चीज़ें अचीव कर सकते हैं. आई थैंक यू ऑल फॉर पेशेंट लिसनिंग. इफ एनी क्वेश्चन इज देयर देन वी कैन टेक अप, अदरवाइज वी गो फॉर नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन. Any question, any suggestions? No suggestions? Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Can I request Ramesh Bhai to please come on stage? Can I request Ramesh Bhai to please hand over the moment to Beniwal sir? So Beniwal sir has stressed on mental wellness, and we've taken a suggestion and we're going to break for tea for 10 minutes, and I request everyone to please be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Can I request Shobit Kapoor to please come backstage? Is Shobit Kapoor from LR Shipping here? Yeah, I saw him. Just call him, no, just call him. will request everyone to please be seated in the next 2 minutes. Requesting everyone to please be seated in the next 2 minutes. चलो करो.
हम लोग का टाइम
Amit bhai, Harish bhai, please can we get everyone inside please? So I'll request everyone to be seated now. We are starting. Right, so let's start with the next section. That's presentation on material recovery from ship recycling by Sriya. I request everyone to please be seated. We are starting now. You may please get your tea and coffee and sit inside. We request everyone to please be seated. Uday bhai, can we please close this door? Harish bhai, ये दरवाजा बंद कर दो please. Let's start. Okay, the next segment, presentation on material recovery from ship recycling by Shriya. So we have Mr. Harish Kumar Parmar. He is the Honorary Secretary of Ship Recycling Industries Association India, Alang Ship Recycling Yard. Thank you for your cooperation. So Mr. Harish Kumar Parmar is involved in the activity of ship recycling since 1995 at Alang and handled more than 100 ships for recycling. Participated in association activity as EC member, joint secretary and now serving as honorary secretary from 2019-20 till date and as honorary joint secretary since 2008-9 to 19-20. He is specially dealing with subject of IMO, IMC and ship recycling code, state and central government departments to resolve various issues on behalf of Shriya. Mr. Harish Kumar Parmar has participated in the regional workshop on the early implementation of the technical standard of the HKC convention held at Pattaya, Thailand and Mumbai, India, representing Shriya, India. A project of labor housing colony at Alang from last 7 years is successfully completed under the leadership of Mr. Parmar. He has led many events and programs for labor welfare activities at Alang and it is a continuous process. Can we have Parmar Saab please on stage?
Thank you very much. सबसे पहले मैं अपने सब भाइयों को रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं प्लीज अपना अपना स्थान ले लें. ऑलरेडी हम थोड़े लेट चल रहे हैं, हमको अपने टाइम पे प्रोग्राम खत्म करना है, तो सबको रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज कोऑपरेट, टेक योर सीट और हम थोड़ा टाइम पे रहने की कोशिश करेंगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच. गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन. आई एम गिविंग अ प्रेजेंटेशन बिहाफ ऑफ आवर एसोसिएशन ऑन मटेरियल रिकवरी फ्रॉम शिप रिसाइकलिंग. जैसे आपने देखा कि अलंग क्या है, अलंग के अंदर क्या अपग्रेडेशन करना है और आगे का 2040 तक का पूरा रोड मैप हमारे COVC साहब ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से दिखाया है. तो दिस टाइम आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू अ प्रेजेंटेशन ऑन मटेरियल रिकवरी, व्हाट वी आर गेटिंग द मटेरियल एंड हाउ टू डिस्पोज देम फ्रॉम शिप रिसाइकलिंग. नेक्स्ट the ship recycling process. Ship recycling is a critical industry, informing end-of-life vessel into valuable resources like mitigation conventional impacts. Annually, 600 to 800 vessels enter into the global recycling market, contributing somewhere around $4 billion in recovered material. The dismantling of vessel primary occurs at a certified facility located in Alang. The process begins with the meticulous removal of hazardous material, including asbestos and residues of oils. This followed by the systematic recovery, steel and other equipment, strict adhere to international guidelines such as Hong Kong Convention, ensure for safe and more environmentally sound practice. Next, what type of material recovered by the ship recycling process? 90 to 95% of the ship total weight, making the most abundant recovered materials. Infinite recyclability. Up to 99% ship steel can be recycled, drastically reducing the use of virgin material like iron ore, coal and other fuels. High yield, a large tanker can be up to 80,000 metric ton. So very large yield of steel can be recovered in significant volume. The market demand. See, this recycled steel is a very good steel because vessel is running in the water for 25 years. So it will be very good demand for the construction and manufacturing, contributing to the circular economy. Next. This is the non-ferrous material like copper, aluminum and brass we are getting from the ship. Next. What other type of material we are getting? That is plastic, utilizing insulation pipes and other things. Wood, the best part of the circular economy is the wood. We are producing somewhere around 10,000 metric ton of wood from the ship while we are dismantling one ship, which can be, you can see that the 10,000 metric ton of cutting trees we are saving by our recycling process. It's a very huge amount for the nation. Electric cables, glass and fiberglass, all are other things that we can get it from the recycling of ship. Next. This is, while we are recycling the ship, we have to most of the take care of that, the hazardous material. Why this Hong Kong Convention is there? The asbestos found in insulation and fiber roofing require highly specified removal and encapsulable prevent to the release. Association have hired a LR class agency who is doing this practice in Alang. Our no labor is directly involved in this practice, so we can, it's a very good practice for the hazardous movement. PCBs, oil and sludge and TBT paint. This is the major substance which can be recovered by while the ship dismantling is there. Next. Waste stream generated. Even with the advanced recycling, some waste are unavoidable. These streams require carefully management to minimize the environmental and health impact. Non-recyclable or heavily contaminated plastic is there. Contaminated rags, asbestos and discarded PPEs is there. Insulation waste, including mineral wools and fiberglass. Sandblasting grit containing heavy metals and paint residues. Contaminated soil and sediment from the dismantling area. Organic waste like sewage, food waste and medical waste from the crew operation. That is also we are getting while we are dismantling the ship. Next. This is environmental impact of waste. What impact of this waste can do the environmental? They can be soil and water contamination, can disposable waste leads to the leaching of pollutant to the ground. Marine ecosystem damage, वो marine ecosystem को भी damage कर सकती है. Air pollution भी हो सकता है और उसके लिए health risk की बहुत है क्योंकि हमारे लेबर उसके साथ directly related है. ये सारी जो dismantling process के अंदर जो health assessment और risk है वो हम इसको पूरी इसके अंदर हम वॉलंटरी पिछले 10 साल से कर रहे हैं. बट हाउ टू ये जो सारे जो वेस्ट है उससे कोई हेल्थ के ऊपर इंपैक्ट ना हुए, पॉल्यूशन के ऊपर इंपैक्ट ना हुए, वो हम काफी ख्याल रखते हैं. नेक्स्ट. और ये नेक्स्ट ये सारे जो वेस्ट है हम ये TSDF साइट में इस तरह से हम आज तक डाल चुके हैं. यू कैन सी दैट वी हैव टोटल 8,850 शिप. बहुत सारी LDT हम काट चुके हैं. लैंडफिल साइट में आज तक हम 53,000 टन सॉलिड वेस्ट डाल चुके हैं. 8,000 टन हम इंसिनरेबल कर चुके हैं. बीच वाटर हम 23,000 टन के करीब हम उसको रिसाइकल कर चुके हैं. टोटल हमने 85,000 टन माल हमने वेस्ट के लिए डाल चुके हैं. तो दिस इज द मेजर एनवायरमेंटल सेविंग वी आर डूइंग दिस. अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ साइट ऑलरेडी अवर COVC सर एक्सप्लेन्ड इट. नेक्स्ट. This is, sir, what is the effect of ship recycling on and with directly compare with the big steel plant. If we want to, we are producing somewhere around 10,000 metric ton of steel per day. So if the same material we want to obtain from the ship of a big plant, then we need a 17,500 metric ton of iron ore, 2,800 metric ton of material additives, coal हमको 6200 टन चाहिए. प्रोसेस केमिकल उसके अंदर 160 टन के करीब यूज होता है. वाटर बहुत सारा चाहिए. उसके सामने शिप रिसाइकलिंग में सारे नील है. दिस इज द रियल सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी और रियल ये रिसाइकलिंग प्रोसेस है. तो ये सारी जो है सबसे बड़ी हमारी अचीवमेंट है जो रिसाइकलिंग के लिए। अब फ्यूल ऑयल हमारा बहुत कम है, एलपीजी हमको बहुत कम लगता है, एनर्जी के हिसाब से आप देखो तो ओनली 10% निग्लिजिबल, वो हमारा यार्ड चलाने के लिए जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी चाहिए वही चाहिए। सबसे बड़ी चीज जो शिप रिसाइकलिंग में, दैट इज ग्रीन हाउस एमिशन। वी आर ओनली 10% प्रोड्यूसिंग ग्रीन हाउस एमिशन कंपेयर टू द बिग स्टील प्लांट। सो दिस इज द बिगेस्ट अचीवमेंट ऑफ आवर शिप रिसाइकलिंग प्रोसेस। नेक्स्ट सर, अगर 2 मिलियन टन आज की तारीख का अगर हम ले तो हम 2 मिलियन टन की प्रोडक्शन जो कर रहे हैं, अगर 2 मिलियन टन हम स्टील प्लांट से ले तो आप देख सकते हैं कि 35 लाख टन आयरन और 30 लाख टन फ्यूल, 80,000 टन केमिकल, इतना वाटर, और सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि 8,78,000 टन सॉलिड वेस्ट प्रोड्यूस होगा अगर इतना स्टील हम प्रोड्यूस करेंगे तो। इसके सामने हम सिर्फ 12,500 टन हमारा सॉलिड वेस्ट है, उसमें भी जो इंसिनरेटर में और जो प्रोसेस हो सकता है तो होने के बाद सिर्फ 8,000 टन ही हम लैंडफिल साइट में डालते हैं। तो दिस इज ऑल्सो ए वेरी बिग अचीवमेंट कंपेयर टू द स्टील प्लांट फॉर द शिप रिसाइकलिंग प्रोसेस। नेक्स्ट, एनवायरमेंटल बेनिफिट, अगर सर हम 20 से 25% मेल्टिंग स्क्रैप निकालते हैं और बाकी का हम डायरेक्टली रीरोलिंग में यूज करते हैं तो हम लोग करीबन 1.3 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन पर एनम हम CO2 एमिशन बचाते हैं। बाकी का दोनों मिला के हम 2.7 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन ऑफ स्टील कार्बन एमिशन जो है वो हम सेव करते हैं। दिस 2 फैक्टर्स को अगर हम इकट्ठा करें तो हम जो कार्बन एमिशन जो हम सेव करते हैं वो 17 लाख डीजल व्हीकल जो रोड पे चलते हैं उसके इक्वल में होता है। तो आप सोचिए कि हिंदुस्तान की पूरी जो डीजल व्हीकल की जो प्रोडक्शन है 22-23 में वो 22-23 लाख गाड़ियां की थी, तो 17 लाख तो इसमें से हम सेव कर सकते हैं सिर्फ एक साल में शिप रिसाइकलिंग करके। तो दिस इज ऑल्सो वन बिगेस्ट अचीवमेंट ड्यूरिंग द शिप रिसाइकलिंग टू यू हैव टू बी नियर। नेक्स्ट, दिस इज emission reduction. Already sir have, Ajit sir has told this one, it is only my side. अगर हम रिसाइकलिंग करें तो 1 मेट्रिक टन के लिए सर हमको 1.5 मेट्रिक टन ऑफ CO2 का हम सेव करते हैं। तो अगर हम 1.5 मिलियन टन मेट्रिक टन ऑफ स्टील बनाते हैं तो 1.87 मिलियन टन ऑफ CO2 हम बचाते हैं। तो इसकी अगर से हम कार्बन क्रेडिट की अगर बात करें, 1 कार्बन क्रेडिट typically present and the reduction of removal 1 metric ton of CO2 and it's equivalent to other greenhouse gases. Thus, annual carbon credits earned through the ship recycling, even if we are producing only 1.25 million metric ton, it will be 1.875 million carbon credit. And at present, the rate of the carbon credit is somewhere around 10 to 90 million, $90 situation and market production. So we can save somewhere around 18.75 million to 93.75 million for the Indian ship recycling yard. So sir, we are requesting our government to take care of that, and we should ship recycling must get the benefit from the carbon credit. और सर ये यार्ड और अपग्रेडेशन करने के लिए आज मैं डीजी शिपिंग को और सबको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि जो हमें जो मिलता है, जो हमें जो फंड जो अपने जो उसमें सागरमाला की ओर से भी ये शिप रिसाइकलिंग को उसके अंदर ऐड कर देना चाहिए, ताकि और भी हम इसको अपग्रेड करके सबसे बेस्ट यहाँ सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के रूप में कर सके। टुवर्ड्स द सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी, तो ग्रीन फैसिलिटीज, innovative cleanup, enhanced processing and design for recyclability. Now you can see that from last 7 years our design promoting the ship design that facilitate easier deconstruction and material separation. ये सर हांगकांग कन्वेंशन के अंदर हमारी शिप बिल्डिंग यार्ड और शिप रिपेयरिंग यार्ड पे भी लागू होना चाहिए, ताकि यहाँ पे मिनिमाइज हम वेस्ट करके इसको लागू कर सके, so that we can reduce the waste end of the life stage. Next. So my conclusion is, ship recycling is not just about the dismantling of vessel, it's vital component to global circular economy by recovering valuable material and managing waste responsibility. The industry significantly contribute resources efficiently and environmental protection. Continued investment in a safe, green and compliant practice coupled with innovation in zero waste techniques will drive a more sustainable future in this essential industry. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity for producing over here. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Harish bhai, very crisp, very nice, and lot of figures. We need to digest this. Can we have a memento for him, please? Can we have Gopinandan sahab to please hand over the memento to Harish Parmar ji? ahead with the next segment, that's on presentation on HKC compliance and EU preparedness of Alang yards. Can we request Mr. Uday Kumar Agarwal, yard number 24, Alang Auto and General Engineering Company Private Limited, to please come on stage.
Respected COVC Sahab, Beniwal Sahab, respected Chief Guest Jagannathan Sahab, District Collector, our President Shri Vishnu Gupta ji, our esteemed other guests, my colleagues from the ship recycling industry, and all the stakeholders, I welcome you to this seminar. I have been given this opportunity to present and showcase my yard, Alang Auto, how do we comply with Hong Kong Convention and how are we preparing for the EU regulations. When I stand here, I am not only representing my yard, I am representing my industry. The achievements and the progress that my industry had made in last 20 years, the transformation from ship breaking to ship recycling has been a long one, has been a gradual one. There have been many barriers, there have been many problems, but we have been trying to, transform from an unorganized industry to an organized industry. And it has been a long journey, but we are still trying to, develop, and it's still an ongoing process. We are trying to improve all the time. Can you start with the first slide, please? Okay. So our company started in 1992. It was founded by my late father, Shri Subodh Kumar Chaudhary, and we have recycled around 70 ships and around 550,000 tons of weight LDT ships. And now we are, can you go to the next slide, please? The time zone is like we started in 1992 and the Hong Kong Convention was adopted in 2009. In 2011, I got an opportunity to visit Japan. There was a government program wherein a team of Gujarat Maritime Board, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, ship recyclers, the JPL TSGF site, a team went to Japan to understand and undergo a training. We had a 5-day seminar over there where we understood how the international community perceives ship recycling to be and how they want us to have the responsibilities and the duties to do the ship recycling in a certain manner. Many of my colleagues present here were also there on that team. We visited many shipbuilding yards in Japan. We visited the TSGF sites in Japan. We were educated how to see the things from a different perspective. I am a second generation entrepreneur, so we could understand how the things have to change. Our yard got HKC in 2017, first from class RENA, then from class NK. After that, we have all the ISO certifications, 9,000, 14,000, 45,000 and 30,000. And also we have independent verifier certificate for EU SRR preparedness. So our yard is approved by many shipping lines. We have recycled a vessel from APMM Maersk, a Danish company. We have also recycled vessels from NYK Line, Japanese companies, K-Line. We have also recycled vessels from French American companies, APL, CMA CGM. We have also collaborated with Malaysian lines and MSC. We have recycled many vessels from Mediterranean Shipping Company. We are also approved by Offer Group Norway and Ofgel Group Norway, and currently we are recycling a vessel from Mitsui Online, MOL. She is a 32,500 metric ton LNG tanker and perhaps the highest value vessel in Alang right now. So the company has various policies that we follow. So these policies could be, there are many policies and they are very detailed policies. The policies include anti-corruption policies, business ethics policies, no discrimination policies, and we try to follow these policies to the best of our ability and try to, make the systems as good as possible. These are the certifications that the company is currently holding. That is the SOC from class NK. Then we are classified by IR class for various ISO certificates. This is the infrastructure of our yard. So mostly the Alang yards have similar infrastructure. So we have a first aid facility, we have liquid oxygen tanks, we have training centers for labor, we have PNG facilities. So the introduction of LPG and oxygen tanks has eliminated use of cylinders in Alang, and this has also helped in decreasing the accidents related to handling of cylinders. These are the temporary storage areas for waste, and this is the fire facility where we can handle, if it's in case of small fire, we can handle it in-house. All the electricity that we use at the yard is being replenished by using solar cells. So currently we are energy neutral. Any electricity that we use from the Gujarat Electricity Board is being neutralized by generating solar power. We have an in-house ambulance. This in-house ambulance is used not only for our yard, but it is open to be used by any yard that needs it, and we have been helping other yards as well with the ambulances whenever they need it. So this is introduction of, as Alang progressed over a period of many years, the introduction of technology came into the yard. So now we have big cranes, everybody in Alang has now big cranes. So these big cranes can be used for lifting of blocks. So it has become more safe. Recently, last month, we have acquired a new yard. It's a VLCC yard. The number of the yard is V9. It is still being developed. It is under all the licensing, and we hope that it will start in 1 month. This yard has a capacity to simultaneously recycle 2 ships, 2 VLCCs at the same time. So this is again being developed in the same model as Beniwal sir showed in his presentation regarding the EU model in various zones. So we are trying to develop it as a state-of-the-art, as a model yard. It will still take some time, but it is under development. So we have our own housing facility. As we heard in the previous presentations as well, labor is not ready to go very far from the yard. So this labor colony is just opposite to our yard. So here people do not need to stay in a kacha house. They can stay in a secure, safe place where sanitation facilities are available, where they can sleep in a peaceful way. As we are talking about HKC compliance, I would talk about how the HKC compliance is achieved. HKC compliance is achieved through various managements. One of the areas is health management. So in health management, we have to do various processes. Can you show the next slide, please? In health management, you have to be careful about having teams in the yard who can be always prepared for any emergency. In case of any emergency, you have to have a team who can give first aid, who can contact the emergency hospitals, who can call the hospital, and the ambulance can be used to send the people to the hospitals. Second part of the Hong Kong compliance is safety management. Safety management is very important, and this has also taken a giant leap in last few years. Before entering a ship, permit system is used, all permits, kinds of permits for hot work, for confined spaces, for working at heights. All the permits are issued. The HSE team in the yard is always very aware and very vigilant on how to use permits, how to train the workers, induction training is provided to workers, specialized training is provided to workers, external training, experts from outside industry are called up to provide working to the industry, to the workers, mock drills are conducted. So what happens is an environment is created in the organization about safety culture, and this is not very easy. It takes time, it takes months and years to create a culture of safety. Along with safety management, we also have to check about the environmental management. The environmental management is to mitigate any environmental pollution. The pollution can be of oil pollution into the sea, air pollution, noise pollution. So in order to mitigate that, HKC tells us that any block that goes into the ocean should be very clean, or the block should be lifted directly from the ship onto the impermeable floor, and that impermeable floor should always be covered with drainages so that if there is at all is any pollution, it should not go into the sea. So in our yard, we are using this big cranes to lift all the blocks and directly put them on the impermeable floor to mitigate any environmental risks. Along with all these three, human resources is the most integral part of our business. Whatever we do, whatever technologies we are using, but still ours is a worker-friendly yard and labor-intensive industry. So in order to improve our worker management relationship and also to give encouragement to the workers, we are always engaging with our workforce. We are having committees at our yard. That committees are selected by the workers themselves. We have suggestion boxes in the yard where workers is free to suggest anything that they want. We have regular meetings, and we also have schemes where we encourage workers to perform well, and we try to, encourage them and reward them for their good performances. The company is engaged in various CSR activities in and around Bhavnagar and Alang. We are trying to support noble causes with our partner organizations in Bhavnagar. We are trying to support Red Cross Hospital. I would also like to state that our association is trying to build this Red Cross Hospital with contribution from the members. And this Red Cross Hospital has also come up now, and it is a state-of-the-art hospital. We are also trying to hold camps, medical camps, for not only for our workers, but for all the people in and around Alang and Sosia. As part of our ship recycling industry, we moved into a forward integration. I would like to show an example of a circular economy. We also have a foundry wherein we use ship propellers. The ship propellers that comes out of ships, we cut them into small pieces, we then melt them into ingots. These ingots are again converted to propellers. So this is a unique example of circular economy where old and scrap is converted into a new thing that can be again used in a ship. So this is our contact details. Anybody who has any question can always email to us or reach out to us, and we'll be happy to answer them. So I thank you everybody again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Uday sir. And next we have Satish Kumar Singh, COO from Yard V1, Priya Blue Industries. Can we have him on stage, please? We are running late, so I'll request everyone to please be crispy and short.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Satish Kumar Singh. I am Chief Operating Officer in Priya Blue Group of Companies. Today I am here to share insight on sustainable ship recycling and EOSSR compliance and requirements. So some few words about Priya Blue. We are the largest ship recycling yard. We have HKC certificate. We are also having a Guinness World Record certificate. We are having the largest crane. We have recycled 100 plus vessels in which we are recycled VLCCs, VLOCs, LNG, rigs, and several other complex vessels. We have 3 ship recycling yards, and the total shoreline is 510 meters. All the yards are having end-to-end impermeable flooring. Next. This is our history. I will not go in the deep in our history because we have started from 1990s. I will directly climb to 2015. In 2015, we achieved the statement of compliance for HKC from class NK. We didn't stop over there, and further we moved toward the sustainable ship recycling. And in 2022, we achieved EUSSR certificate by Lloyd's Register, and also we have acquired one LS2 crane, which was a crane barge, the largest crane barge. Further into 2024, we built Priya Blue City with 1,000 plus capacities of workers. Next. This is our wall of certification, in which you can see we are having certificates from class NK, Lloyd's Registers, and even with IR class. And in between you can see the Guinness World Record certificate, for which Sir already has told that we have recycled Zahir Viking for the largest tanker. Next. These are some fleet owners who has approved our yachts, some offshore owners, and even the third-party supervisors. Next. This is a bird eye view, top view of our yachts. You can see plot number V1 and V2, and with the offshore cranes which are over here. Next. This is the backyard, V1 backyard and V2 backyard with the Priya Blue City, and the whole yard is having an end-to-end impermeable floor with the drainage system. This is a transformation in 2015 for SOC, for HKC. We have done partial impermeable flooring, which can be seen in this picture, but further we have done the end-to-end impermeable flooring with the drainage system, and presently we are over there. This is the backyard. The backyard was not the RCC flooring when we have got the HKC certificate, but then after in 2016-18, we started doing the impermeable flooring, and we have done the whole flooring at the backyard also. Right now we will come to the EU application. We were from whole over world, we were the third applicant in the world and the first in India to apply for USSR certificate of compliance. We were the first yard from India to be audited for compliance under the USSR scope. The first audit was conducted in September 2018. We were assessed on 122 parameters, of which we were found to be compliant on 81 requirements, with the non-compliance being 41. So graph has been shown over there. Further, after this audit, what we have done in the infrastructure improvement, first induction of largest crane barge, you can see in this. Second, we have renovated our dormitory and rest areas for workers in accordance with the ILO standards. Next. The second audit was conducted in 2020, and we were assessed for 111 parameters, of which we were found to be fully and partially compliant on 82 requirements with NCs reduced to 29. Next. Further, after the second audit, we have done again some major improvements, in which we built biggest dormitory for 1,000 plus workers with all the comprehensive amenities inclusive of canteen facilities. These are some amenities: occupational health center, fully equipped kitchen, dining areas where 360 plus workers can dine at a single time, family rooms, dormitory rooms with bed and lockers, in-house theater, recreation facility, and kids playing zone. We also replaced our crane barge with an even bigger working scope, having a SWL of 1716 metric ton, and it can work at 360 rotation from all the sides. In the process improvement, after the second audit, we have started, the video cannot play? No problem. So we have started cutting intertidal zone. by keeping the tray underneath the double bottom. So it was the process thing. This is again some photographs of dismantling of double bottom, keeping the underneath the tray, and the whole bottom is directly lifted by the cranes. We also have the capability to elevate the entire double bottom using our crane barge. The DB is cut from closed bulkhead to further closed bulkhead, so the seawater doesn't go inside the double bottom. We have also introduced a sustainable alongside intertidal recycling operation. Here you can see how it works. So I don't know why the video is not playing, but here you can see both the sides there are offshore cranes. The blocks are directly cut and directly shifted to the impermeable floor. The third audit was conducted in January 2025, in which we were assessed on 111 parameters, of which we were found to be fully and partially compliant on 106 requirements, with NCs reduced to only 5. Next. This is a comparison of all 3 audits. In this you can see the blue color is the total parameters, red color shows the compliant, and the green color shows the non-compliant, which has been reduced in the third. However, I want to skip this slide because VOC sir has already told everything about what the GMV and the government is doing. So there were things, so I will not discuss about that. Next. So thank you for your time, and yeah, if you have any questions you can ask.
Satish sir, thank you very much for being crisp, short and to the point, and you saved us 2 minutes, and I'll request other presenters to please take note of the time and be within the schedule. Next is, we have from plot number 8, GGSBY, and can we call on stage Mr. Rohit Agarwal? Rohit, you need to beat his time. It was 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to one and all. I stand before you today, not just with pride, but with a sense of responsibility. I am here to take you on a journey of legacy, of memories, and of evolution of ship recycling through the journey of Ghasiram Gokulchand Shipbreaking Yard. Today, while many speakers have rightly focused on rules, regulations, compliances, and the way forward, I wish to take you on a journey back in time where it all began. Let's rewind to 1960s in Bombay, where shipbreaking was carried out at Darukhana near the Majgaon dock. The legacy starts from there as a family-managed business, then expanding to Alang. Can we move to the next slide, please? A turning point in the Indian shipbreaking industry came when Captain Sundaresan discovered a unique and a natural blessed coastline, Alang. The location, with its gentle coastal gradient, strong tidal flows, favorable wind directions, was ideal for shipbreaking. The government of Gujarat saw the potential and, known for its forward-thinking and pro-business, invited the shipbreakers from Mumbai to explore this site. But Alang was nothing as it is today. There were no roads, no access to the shore facilities. It was only thorny bushes and heaps of sand dunes. Among the earliest ones to step into this unexplored land was Ghasiram Gokulchand Shipbreaking Company. The breakers had to park their vehicles, the curtained Mahindra jeeps and ambassadors, kilometers away and trek to the shore. In 1983, GGSBY became one of the first 5 companies to beach a vessel in Alang. The name of the ship was MH Tamarind. Back then, all the vessels have to be purchased from MSTC with a strict limit of 7,000 metric tons of LDT, or one ship per year, whichever came first, till 1991. Can we move to the next slide? I think the slides are, can we go back? Another, yeah, this one, thank you. A wave of change arrived in 1991-1992 with India's economic liberalization. The tonnage restrictions and the vessel restrictions were abolished. Economic liberalization gave industry its wings. In 1993, GGSBY made history once again by bringing in Red Sea Pioneer, then the oldest VLCC in the world and the first VLCC to be ever demolished in India. This was a defining moment not only for GGSBY but for the entire maritime world. It marked India's entry into large vessel demolition. Till then, there were only 64 ship recycling yards in India. By 1994, the Gujarat Maritime Board expanded Alang's capacity, adding new plots of various sizes and extending the ship recycling to the Sosia coastline. GGSBY also acquired another yard, Ashwin Corporation, plot number 77, further expanding its footprint. Can we move to the next slide, please? Today, GGSBY proudly stands as one of the oldest and most respected names in the Indian ship recycling industry, having recycled more than 150 vessels and strictly adhering to the ISO standards 9, 14, 45, and 30,000. In the year 2016, the company voluntarily adopted Hong Kong Convention and before its enforcement, and by 2017 achieved dual HKC compliance certificate from class NK and RENA. This was 9 years ago, and today as the HKC officially comes into force, we are proud of being ahead of the curve. And can we move to the next slide? Do you remember this ship? People from the audience, can anyone name this vessel? Do you remember the ship that was stuck in Juhu Beach in Mumbai and drew huge crowd? Wisdom, right. You rightly mentioned. After its unexpected appearance in Mumbai, a public appearance, it made its way to GGSBY. It reminds us that every ship has a story to tell, and we are honored at Alang to be the ones to responsibly complete it. Can we move to the next one? Yeah. Innovation has always been in the DNA. One such innovation is a reverse beaching, a unique method that, to my knowledge, have been only practiced at GGSBY. This approach allows the access and remove hazardous materials from the ship's aft in the very beginning. It significantly reduces the environment risk and of intertidal pollution and fire. While this method is a bit tedious one, but more environmentally sound for lesser draft vessels. It represents a big step towards EU SRR levels of environmental standards. We believe that with the support from the government, especially in terms of tugboat assistance to turn the vessels efficiently, this method can be scaled across Alang. Can we move to the next? Thank you. In 2022, GGSBY introduced another advancement, a dumb barge equipped with a crawler crane. This crane moves alongside the vessel and allows simultaneous dismantling from the aft and the forward sections. It improves cutting efficiency, enhances emergency preparedness, and ensure that each steel block can be lifted without contact with the mud flats. Mr. Vishnu Kumar Gupta, the Managing Director of GGSBY Industries Private Limited, is deeply committed to progress. He actively encourages youth engagement, stays updated with the global trends, and drives continuous improvement across the organization. Can we move to the next? As we look towards the future, Mr. Gupta's vision is clear for GGSBY and for the entire maritime community in ship recycling to lead with safe, efficient, and sustainable ship recycling. GGSBY will continue to invest in modern infrastructure, cutting-edge technology, and compliance systems to remain at the forefront of the ship recycling industry. To the next. Thank you for your time, your presence, and your support. This is not just a story of one company, but a legacy of bold beginning, resilience, and a vision for sustainable future. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Namaskar.
Thank you, Rohit. Please stay back. Can we request Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Satish Singh to please come on stage to receive the mementos? And can I request Director DG Sub to please come on stage? Can we have the mementos, please? Can we have all three of them together, please? तीनों लेके आओ साथ में. Can I request Director General of Shipping to give the memento to Mr. Uday Kumar Agarwal? Can I request Director General of Shipping to please give the memento Satish Kumar Singh? So can we request you to please give it to Mr. Rohit Agarwal? Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we move on to the last segment, that's presentation on HKC implementation. And we call on stage Gopi Krishna Sab. Bachelor of Engineering Mechanical, Masters of Business Administration, Shipping and Logistics Management, Masters of Science in Maritime Affairs and Maritime Safety and Environment Administration, World Maritime University, Malmö, Sweden, Extra First Class Certificate of Competency. He is looking after ISM ship recycling, fishing vessel matters in DGS, lead auditor of ISM, ISO, ISPS and MLC, port state and flag state control officer, casualty investigation matters relating to engineering, been as delegate member of Indian delegation to IMO in MEPC, ISWG, GHG, PPR subcommittees, national focal point in IMO, regulator, alternate focal point in GLOW-LITER project, represents DGS in technical committees of BIS. Sir, over to you.
Thanks for the introduction, sir. Distinguished dignitaries, distinguished delegates, thanks for giving this wonderful opportunity. We came here to give Jnana, but we are taking the Jnana from here and we are proceeding. Now, it is the time for us to move from the role of regulator to the facilitator. That is what we have understood. First of all, I would like to thank the DG Shipping for giving this wonderful opportunity for us to come here and share our experience, views about ship recycling. So this was a thought process towards capacity building of the ship recycling industry. However, there are World Guinness Record holders here, story writers, book writers, very good exemplary knowledge. But it is time for us to showcase this to the global ship recycling industry. Having said that, this presentation is especially prepared towards the regulatory framework which is at present in the ship recycling industry as far as India is concerned. So now with the entry of HKC into force, it is time for Shipbreaking Code 2013 to be superseded. It will be having its retired mode. So I am not having much to share along with you, but however, I would like to express my journey along with this ship recycling. So this is the number of yards, HKC compliant, statement of compliance yards as far as whole India is concerned, because we are not only talking about the Gujarat, but also as a national authority, we have to represent the whole India. So presently, state of Gujarat leads with 115 statement of compliance HKC yards, with few yards in India, other yards, one in Silk Kerala, and the other one in West Bengal, Shyam Prasad Mukherjee Port, but they are not HKC compliant. But we need to share our knowledge with all our state governments who are having the ship recycling portfolios. And please move to the next slide, please. So as a notification of national authority as per section 3 of the Act, so the DG Shipping is the national authority for ship recycling, whereas by section 4, the competent authority will be the respective state maritime boards, and where there is no state maritime board, the state governments or union territories who are going to handle the portfolio of the ship recycling will be the competent authority. Next slide, please. So this is the implementation timeline which we are having. As you all are aware, the IMO adopted the HKC convention in 2009, taking the inputs from various member states of IMO as well as the NGOs in cooperation with ILO and other organizations. So thereafter, first of all, I would like to say that it is a golden journey as far as India is concerned. Accession by India 2019 is not a simple thing, considering that the top 5 countries, out of the top 5 countries, India took the lead, and the first accession was done by India. So that shows India's exemplary capacity, and the enactment of the Ship Recycling Act took place in December 2019. Thereafter, we had the notification of the national authority in 2020, and thereafter the ship recycling rules were framed in 2021, and the entry into force of HKC has taken place on 26 June 2025. Having said that, the pathway is not so simple, considering it took 10 years, to build up. But India has built up the Shipbreaking Code 2013, had done all the groundwork, through the Shipbreaking Code 2013, and has ventured into the area of HKC. So therefore, we are in a strong position, we are in a better position, and we are looking forward beyond HKC. So, at this point of time, I would like to say my journey, how it started from here. So, in 2018, when I was in WMU, World Maritime University, Malmo, there was a topic in ship recycling, where I am a very polite person, so everybody in the administration knows, chief surveyor knows, our DG knows, I am a very, very polite person. But the thing is, I had an argument with my professor, because he was showing one photograph of the adjacent country, saying that the dirty practice of ship recycling is taking place in your country. that really pinched me. It pinched me somewhere. So after my post-graduation and when I landed in India, my curiosity developed towards ship recycling and I wanted to come. And without an official capacity, I came here to witness what is happening in ship recycling. And there are few people with whom I took the permission and I visited these yards. Atul Sharma sir is here. Thanks a lot. So, identifying my interest towards ship recycling, our chief surveyor gave me the portfolio to handle ship recycling, and that's where I am standing here. So, as far as the notification part is concerned, the draft recycling regulations were framed for taking the cue from the Act and the rules, and under the chairmanship of the chief surveyor, so I was given the portfolio to look after the members as a member secretary, to collect the comments from the different various stakeholders. And my colleague Gopinandan is here. He is a veteran again in the ship recycling. So he has always been helpful to me. So we have collected the information, comments from the various stakeholders, and we were in the process of drafting the ship recycling regulations, by which I had an opportunity to go to Brussels, Belgium, along with our VC CEO, GMB sir, as well as our additional secretary to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, wherein I gained a lot of knowledge, a lot of this thing, and it was an eye-opener for me, especially to know about what is happening in the global, industry, ship recycling industry. So thereafter, the comments which we received were not only from the classification societies, but also the SRIA as well as GMB has provided the maximum comments. More than 200 comments were received, which has been taken into consideration. And we have tried to work out the regulations, but not with over-regulation, but to at least to the level of HKC, we wanted to keep it. So now, at present, with the entry into force of HKC, now there are 2 months left for the ship recycling facilities to apply as per the requirement, Act requirements, and then 6 months to implement fully. So therefore, the implementation of HKC within the end 2025, this is the implementation timeline. Go to the next slide, please. So, having said that, the MOPSW oversees the policy formulation, whereas the DGS as a national authority will be overseeing how it is being implemented, supervised, monitored all around India. Whereas the state maritime boards and port authorities within their maritime jurisdiction and the geographical expertise, geographical location and expertise, they will be handling the regulatory authority capacity. Whereas the ROs are there to facilitate, the carrying out the certification part, inspection and certification part. The state pollution control boards are there to monitor the environmental impact due to the ship recycling activity. Next slide, please. So this is the roadmap for the HKC implementation. These are the key areas wherein the infrastructure development, we got to hear a lot from BCCO, GMB sir, regarding how to go about the modern technology and all those aspects. And the training and capacity building aspects, so we need to provide adequate training to the workers, because we know where is the area, the gap, we know very well. So only thing is we have to work on that area. We have to make SOPs, standard operating procedures, best management practice, to provide adequate training to the workers. Not only this, presently the training is fine, 13 days of comprehensive training and 3 days of training at regular intervals, that is refresher training, and 2 days of cutting training. That is what I understood with the training which is available as of now. Now it is time for us to focus more on the trainings related to the, specifically focused on the risk, and we have to do the risk assessment and then how to mitigate that risk, we need to take care. And with the help of ISO standards, so yesterday DG sir was telling about we need not reinvent the wheel again, but to utilize the standards which are available. So that is the thing which I would suggest. And coming to the audit and certification, yes, there is a robust mechanism required. And policy and regulatory frameworks, we have plenty of acts. Almost dozen of acts are there to take care of ship recycling. Only it is to be implemented appropriately, and there should be an enforcement mechanism to oversee it. Next slide, please. So this is again a repetition of the previous slides. Please move to the next slide, please. So the state maritime boards and port authorities, I am not telling about Gujarat Maritime Board, they are well developed. Only thing is the other state maritime boards, they have to development of ports and maritime activities in the state they have to do, and then the management of ship recycling facilities and leasing of plots that has to be taken place, and then infrastructure development such as the road infrastructure, water facility, sanitation facility, everything has to be improved. A happy living condition and working condition can lead to productivity. So therefore there is a need of taking care of the workers who are there in the industry. It is our social as well as moral responsibility to take care of the people who are working under us. So next is the environmental aspects, the safety compliance of ship recycling yards, that is very much required. Next slide, please. So again, it is going to overlap the same thing again. So only thing is now, the accident investigation has to be, it has to be, now there are various level of authorities in which the reporting mechanism is going to be, from the ship recycling facilities to the competent authority, from the competent authority to the national authority, from the national authority to the IMO. So this is the reporting mechanism that is going to be there. With a seamless transition, we should adopt this. For this, DG sir has got a excellent view on this. Already a portal was developed with the help of CMS, and now we came to know that GMB is also having a portal. We need to see how we can interface both of them. We can cooperate with each of us and develop a proper facility of the digital mechanism, wherein we can reduce the number of the days in which we are going to give the permissions and all those things with the transparency. Next slide, please. So again, this is the role of the recognized organizations. Recognized organizations were with batting on the breath. They were all waiting when we are going to get the job. So now it is time we need to take the support of the recognized organizations, because they have the expertise of inspections and of the facilities, and we need to utilize their capacity building, certification, technical support, and proceed further to the next level. Next slide, please. So the role of Ministry of Labor and Employment is there, who is going to look after the workers related facilities, wages, remuneration, compensation, and all those aspects. The Factories Act 1948 is there in place to take care of all these. Next slide, please. The role of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, it is very much required, and there are policies are there, rules are there. Towards implementation at the national level, the Central Pollution Control Board is there, whereas in the state pollution control boards will be looking at the ground level, the region level. Next slide, please. This is almost the same thing, same slide. Please go to the next slide. So as DGSR's vision also, as well as the VCCO GMB's vision, the digital tracking system, it is very much required. All the hazardous waste materials which are moving from ship recycling yards to the TSDF facility, that has to be monitored appropriately, because this is one of the recommendations of the EU as well. So when we are looking forward, so we need to see that the digital tracking system is there in place. Regular inspections, not only by the competent authority but by the national authority, at a surface inspection level, it has to be there. And then the penalty framework for the erring people, we need to show our danda. Yes, it has to be shown, but not to everyone. Next slide, please. So, this is finally the national authority's role to continuously administer, monitor and control the ship recycling activities, to issue various orders and notices, reviewing appeals against the decision by the authorities. So then acting as a single point for the IMO license, as well as the investigation of incidents, enforcements for the non-compliance, periodical audit of competent authorities, and further the statement of completion which is to be forwarded to the concerned flag administration. And for having said that, so IMO MEPC 83, the last MEPC 83, there is an output regarding the implementation of HKC, wherein they have given an experience development phase, which is in two phases. Basically, from 26 to 27, we can give what are all the areas we are having difficulties in implementation of HKC. This is a golden opportunity. Now we can amend the HKC and we can completely come as a global enforcement mechanism, as only one mechanism, that is HKC. So there are overlap of other conventions also. Now with having a proper, the amendment in the HKC, we can have only one instrument, the controlling instrument, global instrument as HKC, and the regional mechanisms will move away if you are having that. So we have to utilize this opportunity. Please tell us your difficulties in implementation of the HKC, wherein the 28-29 phase, the phase 2, we will be sitting along with IMO and we will try to bring the amendments and wherever feasible to the advantage of us. So thanks for giving this wonderful opportunity and good day to all of you. And I request at this platform that everyone has to come forward. The way this event was conducted, that is an exemplary example of how only 10 days before we have taken this decision to have a workshop here. But how GMB has come in, how Sriya has come in and provided this wonderful opportunity to meet all of you. This shows how effective if we come together, collaborate, cooperate and move forward. This is the way, this is an example, and we take this example and move with our convention HKC also. Thanks a lot for this wonderful opportunity. Good day to all of you.
Thank you, sir. To move ahead, we have Mr. Omol Bande from IRIS. Can we have you on stage, please? A mechanical engineer by qualification with over 20 plus years of work experience in marine sector, currently holding a position as a senior surveyor for the IRS, responsible for heading the inventory of hazardous material and ship recycling services, along with works approval, type approval certification, including EU, RO, MR and MED certification scheme offered by IRS, contributing to India's ship recycling sector since 2009 in various roles and capacities such as an auditor, trainer, representing IX in ICS, international working groups, a member of several committees to DG Shipping and Ministry of Shipping, India. Sir.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I just remember your warning also. He has given me a very strict warning that you have to finish it within 10 minutes. So I'll start the next slide, please. So these are some regulations. You can see HKC has given the same regulations. I can see Beniwal sir has included in his slide. So the aspects covered here are related to the actual working conditions of the ship recycling facility. And if you notice, they cover safety as an important parameter. Almost each of the regulation, right from regulation 19 to regulation 23, covers safety in some form or other form. Now this safety, when we say, we have experience since last, I think we have engagement with ship recycling since 2011, and with due experience, we can see that the safety in ship recycling is somewhat little bit different than the other industry. So here the process of deconstruction, we have to ensure that the safety of worker is of paramount, and this safety stands on few pillars. These pillars are nothing but the health and safety leadership, which comes from the top management of the ship recycling facility. The other pillar, important pillar, is risk identification and control, availability of competent personnel, the emergency preparedness and readiness of the facility, and a further mechanism of continuous improvement and monitoring. So we will break down these regulations into a more understandable form, and not getting into too much of management models or a framework kind of thing, and we'll directly get into the hands-on aspects of the safety. Next slide, please. So any safety policy, it has to be there has to be a framework. Instead of making a model, I have made it into a simple form. You can see this safety, few of the things like integration of your safety management system into a quality management system, or for that matter environmental management system. Then its alignment with the national international standard law. We have our ship recycling act. Then it is followed by alignment with the EU regulation, then alignment with Hong Kong Convention, as well as ISO 45000 standard. The policy should facilitate inclusion of voluntary arrangements for systematic identification, planning, implementation, and improvement of safety-related activities which are specific to ship recycling. Now, when we say specific to ship recycling, there are two types of safety. Safety on board ship, which is undergoing recycling, and safety within the facility. So safety on board ship is something which is different. We have to have the various issues like confined spaces, hot work, toxic gases. So all other aspects with related to working at height, all these aspects has to be covered. Then a policy on promoting workers' participation at organization level. So this includes involvement of top management, and it should go from top to bottom. And I think workers are the one who are the first-hand implementers of the safety. From them, the feed should come again back to the top leadership, and this cycle should continue so that healthy participation from the workers is achieved. Promote collaborative and supportive arrangements for health and safety management system between stakeholders. So we can see GMB's presentation, they have covered these aspects. So the aspects related to safety were from the perspective of GMB, but now the aspects which are there, which I am covering here, are from the ship recycling facility specific. And again, evaluation of the effectiveness of safety policy and framework at specific intervals. So it should be an internal exercise which has to be conducted by the facility, but it is also taken care in our certification process when we do it on a periodical basis. Next slide, please. So what should be our implementation strategy? So this strategy should be based on the planning and gap analysis. What planning has to go, and currently what the safety practices are being followed, those needs to be analyzed in line with the requirements, may it be HKC standard, EU regulation, or for that matter ISO 45000 requirements. Engagement of ship recyclers, authorities, workers' body all together. Establishing a compliance roadmap and allocation of resources. So any policy, this is the requirement. And developing implementation timelines and their milestones. Next is system not next slide. Second point is system development. So this is nothing but a safety management system. The yards already have many of the yards have the quality management systems. But this safety management system, which is a specific aspect of ships, which is very well followed on the ships. Similar aspect, the ship recycling facilities, they can incorporate in their management system. So this will give a vertical safety management system altogether. Training and certification. So tailor-made training has to be there. Though GMB and the yards are conducting the trainings, but I think training is something which is regularly required, which can be enhanced, which can be augmented. So this training, especially on the confined space aspects, fire safety, hot work, use of PPE, handling of hazardous materials, most likely this asbestos, lead, mercury, and certification of other competent persons for operating of cranes and other material handling systems. The next strategy should be worker safety controls, which includes the conduction of the job hazardous assessment, then implementation of engineering controls and administrative purposes, issue of PPE and enforcement of use policies, and maintaining real-time worker exposure for their medical aspects, health aspects, and continued surveillance. Safe for work procedures, safe for hot work procedures are some worker safety controls. Monitoring, auditing, and continuous improvement. So here, internal audit mechanism, which is a very powerful mechanism. We as a certifying authority, we come here for a periodical inspections, and we do our inspection and certification on sample basis. However, the internal audit, if conducted by the ship recycling facility, I think you are the best person who know what is exactly lacking in your facility or what needs improvement, how you can augment your safety practices. You are the first one, you are the best one. So the internal audits, there should not be any limits. You can carry out as much as possible, and the role should be assigned to your maybe a safety manager, safety officer who can take care of this. And continuous improvement, yes, all the findings, corrective and preventive actions, including the injuries which happen in ship recycling, incidents, near misses, and some kind of accident, if any. So this KPIs needs to be tracked by the ship recycling facility. Next. So further breaking down it to the implementation level, we can see that the SRFP is the first stage where you can incorporate your policies. So this provides an organizational structure for safety. It includes risk assessment for hazardous activities, training program, training calendar for the workers, use policies for maintenance of PPE and its usage, and some procedures for dealing with fires, leaks, exposure, and accidents. The second vertical, training and awareness, it provides a mandatory training for all. Training is required from top management to worker, and mind me, it is very essential that everyone is covered under the training program. Safe handling of hazardous materials, emergency drills and evacuation procedures, they contribute a significant benefit for the betterment of yard and avoid any kind of unwanted incidents or situations. Use of fall protection mechanism, respirators, other PPE, and maintaining training records. SOPs, to the third vertical. The SOPs, standard operating procedures. And I think since almost 115 yards are now HKC compliant, many have their procedures, but these procedures needs to be thoroughly reviewed in view of the implementation and role of national authority and competent authority, just like Mr. Gopi Krishna has said that there will be a periodical or surprise inspections. So these SOPs needs to be made a foolproof SOCs, and you can incorporate as many as SOPs and practice those SOPs in your system. The permit system, the very effective system for hot work, confined space entry, as well as the working at height. This needs to be guarded safely for preventing the safety incidents, and assigning the definite roles and responsibilities towards maintaining the safety in the yard. Next. Surveillance. So the surveillance takes care not only for the safety point of view, but also for medical conditions. So there has to be on-site medical assistance requirements, regular health checkups, sanitization, drinking water, rest zone, shelter, monitoring and record of occupational illness and injuries. I think the digital platform which is being built by, sorry sir, I exceeded time, but I'll cover it up. Hazardous material management. I'll not cover this. Everybody knows this is very important and a critical aspect of the ship recycling, and is a cause of a concern of even EU delegation also. Internal safety audits and continuous improvement. I have covered this in previous slide, so please go next. So this is something interesting. I call it as a safety wheel. This wheel is comprising various aspects like leadership from the top management, the availability of competent people, equipment, risk identification, its mitigation, stakeholder participation, safety awareness, and feedback and continual improvement, followed by the compliance. So this is a safety wheel. This needs to be kept rotating. Though we have achieved the compliance right now, there is a further scope for improving the compliance, and this wheel needs to be powered by the top management and needs to be continuously rotated by the facilities. Next. Yes, IRS has been a partner. We have been partner in the shipping as well as in the ship recycling facility. We had an engagement to the ship recycling facility since 2011. We have worked in various capacities, and yes, we can provide you a training. We are already providing you a regulatory and technical updates. We are carrying out inspections, certifications. So any training needs, please get in contact with us. Next. So I'll skip this slide. Training is required for all, including training is required for even admin staff. Admin staff, we have been seeing that the admin staff somehow is not covered, or is lacking some kind of training. So we need to include the admin staff as well as unskilled workers under the training program. Next. So safety. By achieving safety, we can achieve a prosperity, and the prosperity gives the sustainability. So this is very important. Next, please. So, as you know, safety first, it's not anybody's job, but it's everybody's job. With this, I'd like to thank organizers for giving us opportunity to present here. Thank you very much.
Amol, thank you very much. Appreciate you being crisp. Next we have Mr. Shobhit Kapoor. Can we ask him to please come on stage while I read his CV? Marine Operations Manager, South Asia West, Lloyd's Register Marine and Offshore Services, India LLP. Over 30 years of maritime industry experience, including 11 years at sea up to Chief Engineer. With Lloyd's Register since 2005, currently leads marine operations across India's western region. Qualified ISM, ISPS Lead Auditor, MLC 2006 Inspector, ISO 14K, 50K Shipboard Auditor, CAP Hull Machinery Surveyor. Extensive experience with class and statutory surveys, FSO, FPSO and MOPU, diving support vessels, ship recycling facility inspections and audits. Actively engaged in inventory of hazardous materials, IHM compliance, ballast water management consultancy, gap analysis and audits for HKC and EU SRR compliance. Delivered training to major clients including SCI, BSN and Maersk, authored article on green shipping cycling in the Journal of Institute of Marine Engineers India, represents Lloyd Register in national forums supporting implementation of Hong Kong Convention. Over to you, sir.
All the dignitaries, distinguished guests, and all ladies and gentlemen here. Next slide, please. I'm not going to explain this in detail. Only one thing I want to highlight. Since I'm talking about handling of hazardous waste in my presentation, LR was the first-class society which gave a green passport to a ship, LNG ship called Granatina in 2004. In a way, it started from that day, inventory of hazardous material and handling of hazardous waste. From there, we have come to the latest requirement, IMO Resolution 40583, which came this year. Next slide, please. As far as regulation goes, important regulations are Regulation 4.5, which deals with inventory of hazardous material, and Regulation 20, which speaks about management of hazardous material. Next slide, please. Beniwal sir and many others have spoken about the handling of hazardous waste, and a lot of it has already been covered. One area probably got left out was the role of ship owners, ship managers. You can see for yourself that most of the regulations in Hong Kong Convention deals with recycling facility, but there are a couple of regulations which are related to ship owners, and that itself is also not being effectively managed. One regulation I would like to point out is Regulation 8, paragraph 2 and 3, which says any ship which is coming to recycling facility should be in a gas-free condition and ready to hot work. The amount of cargo residue has to be minimum. Also, the waste which is generated in the ship has to be as less as possible. Probably we have to find a way to ensure that is being effectively implemented. That makes life of recycler very easy. Next slide, please. I'm not going into detail of inventory of hazardous material. I would like to say it has got 3 parts. All the ship which are going for recycling facility needs to have inventory of hazardous material now. The ships which are in new construction needs to have same. The current ships, it is sometime 2 or 3 years more are required to comply with part 1 of inventory of hazardous material. Next slide, please. Any ship which is going to a recycling facility before the final voyage needs to have part 1, 2 and 3 of inventory of hazardous material. Part 1 deals with the hazardous waste which are being identified in the 2 tables, Table 1 and Table 2, which is in the appendix of Hong Kong Convention. Part 2 deals with operationally generated wastes, which can be bilge, sewage, ballast water, etc. And Part 3 deals with spares and stores. Next slide, please. Again, this is the format of Part 2 and Part 3. Next slide, please. One of the areas which we need to, I would like to highlight is that many times ship owners prepare inventory of hazardous material with just for the sake of compliance. What they miss out many times is that it needs to be developed by experts, and sometimes the convention allows ship staff to prepare those. So which results in that they automatically assume hazardous waste where there are none. The amount of sampling gets reduced drastically and we don't get the clear picture. Next slide, please. Now when vessel arrives in the recycling facility, the team, environmental team from recycling facility go to the ship. They identify areas which have been identified in inventory of hazardous material. They mark properly. Here I have a suggestion that we can use local language which can be understood by the team which is working. Next slide, please. Most of around 80 to 90% of hazardous waste which are being generated in the ship can be handled local TSDF facility. The challenge we face is the balance 10%, which to an extent can be handled in the facility which has been approved by State Pollution Control Board. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go into detail. This is part of the training which I give to recycling facility. There are important rules, hazardous and other waste rule of 2016, through which Basel Convention requirements are implemented. Next slide, please. The first hazardous waste, let's consider asbestos. Asbestos is generally a very good heat-resistant material, typically used for insulation purposes. The details where asbestos can be found in appendix to inventory of hazardous material. These details have been taken from the experience of Japanese shipbuilders and associated experience gained out of that. Next slide, please. Asbestos is first thing which is required is, as far as possible, we should not disturb asbestos while working on the ship. It needs to be removed in intact position. If we have to handle it, then a partial vacuum needs to be created, wetting needs to be done, and a detailed procedure needs to be followed. I will not go into detail of that, but a very elaborate procedure is required. The packaging of asbestos needs to be done in double plastic of thickness normally more than 1000 microns. Next slide, please. The labeling has to be done properly. Most of the asbestos can be handled in the local TSDF facility, Jaipal. Next slide, please. I think this is also covered. Next slide, please. The PCB or polychlorinated biphenyl is a type of POP which is covered by Stockholm Convention. PCB was generally used between 1930 to 1975. After that, people started realizing, the government started realizing the carcinogenic and harmful effects of PCB. To large extent, many of the countries had already banned by 1980s use of PCB, but the game changer was implementation of Stockholm Convention in 1992, where PCB was banned. So any ship which was built after 1992, the probability of having PCB reduces drastically. It's very rare chance that it will have. Where can we find PCB? In the transformer oils, in certain kind of anti-corrosive paints. It can be found on the ballast of old tube lights and the cable insulation. These are the places we can find PCB. The handling of PCB is very similar to other POPs as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, again. Some of the items, it's recommended that we take what EU SRR says is required. 2 POPs, PFOS and HBCDD can also be considered in inventory. PFOS is typically found on firefighting foams. A large quantity may be there in chemical tankers and oil tankers. Next slide, please. HBCDD is an excellent material of fire retardant. It's an important material because wherever there is an installation, whether there is an accommodation or foams used in refrigerated spaces, HBCDD is a very good material. Obviously, it has got hazards. We are trying to find a good replacement, but it's difficult to find a good replacement. These are the materials which make a A0 bulkhead to an A60 bulkhead. So obviously, we have to manage this material. Next slide, please. Downstream waste management. First of all, we have to make sure that whether it's a liquid form or a solid form, in liquid form, we have to avoid spillage of these POPs. In the solid form, we don't have to disturb it. Without disturbing it, without using hot work, we need to remove it. I will not go into detailed requirement. This itself is a 3-day course, so I'm trying 2 types of incinerator which can be used. One is cement factories clean, where temperatures are maintained around 1400 to 1500 degrees centigrade, and 99.99998% of POPs are taken care. The other one, which Benival said, there's a plant, it will be coming in 2026, is rotary kiln method, where there are two temperatures maintained, 850 and 1100 degrees centigrade. 850 for POPs which do not have chlorinated chlorination like PCB, and for those which has got chlorination, temperature to be maintained is 1100 degrees centigrade. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. I have already covered this. Right, next slide, please. Next slide, please. The second element is ozone depleting substances. This is one challenge we still have to meet. They are covered by ODS rules of Government of India 2000 as well as Montreal Protocol. It covers refrigerants like CFC, HCFCs and firefighting like halons. Next slide, please. The way ODS is handled currently is that all the cylinders are kept separately, and whatever is in the system, it needs to be handled by a service provider which is certified as per ODS rule of 2000. That needs to be collected without anything leaking out to the atmosphere. Next, these cylinders are handed over to Custom Department. We need support of Custom Department to get the traceability beyond the receipt which we received from Custom Department. Next slide, please. Some of them are also available in the solid form, where they are used during the preparation of some of the foams. So we need to be testing them as well for ODS. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next comes the paints. Now paints have got two purposes: anti-fouling as well as anti-corrosive. Anti-corrosive can have certain PCBs and heavy metals. Anti-fouling can have TBT and carbutine. Next slide, please. Carbutine is something which came in 2023. The biggest challenge, I'm not going to go into detail, I've got limited time. The real challenge is, how does a recycling facility have, if a vessel has these kind of anti-fouling paints, what do they do? Ideally, the ship managers should remove all the coating, remove all these anti-fouling elements, and then hand over ships to recycling facility. If that does not happen, then they cannot heat these paints. They have to remove it through chemical and mechanical methods, make a cut, take it to secondary area, and use blasting or whatever means to remove all the paints. These paints are, like POPs, handled in the furnace or incinerators. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now the last part, cadmium and cadmium compound and hexavalent chromium, not very often found. They cannot be heated. They are solidified and used in a landfill. The details of landfill is in Basel Convention documents. You can go through on that. Next slide, please. Lead has got health-related hazards. It impacts brain and reproductive systems. It can be found on printed circuit boards, or it can be found on lead acid batteries, or the old paints, lead primer. Most of us who are old timers know about lead primers. Next slide, please. The way the rules which are applicable are hazardous waste rule of 2016. Next slide, please. The way lead acid batteries are handled is, currently they should be taken to an area which is completely sealed. They are broken, separated, various chemicals are used. This itself is about 10-15 minutes of the process. I will not go into detail. If anybody is interested, you can refer to Basel Convention documents on handling of lead acid batteries. Next slide, please.
Shobit, last 1 minute, please.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Mercury is another which is covered by Minamata Convention, and it can be found in thermometers, it can be found in pressure temperature gauges. Also, it can be found in switches and relays. The ideal way to handle mercury is to solidify it, two ways to solidify it: use a chemical reaction, convert it into mercury sulfide, or amalgamate it through the other metals. Let's forward that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is the framework which is being used in India. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. Though this presentation could have gone for hours, but what I want to highlight is, first of all, I have to congratulate a superhuman team member in recycling facility, that is safety officer. Most of the facilities, the safety officer practically does most of the compliance related issues. He is looking after health aspect, safety aspect, and environmental aspects. We do need to train them, and a lot of effort needs to be trained. First of all, the manpower required for these functions needs to be increased. Think of it in this way, that there are so many conventions: Minamata Convention, Stockholm Convention, Basel Convention, Montreal Protocol, equivalent Indian legislations. It's endless. How do we expect that a safety officer can be expert in so many things? So, most of what request I wanted to make has already been covered by Beniwal sir, and they has already been implemented. I am not going to repeat them. One thing which, if it can be done, would be helpful. Instead of referring to so many legislations, so many documents, can Ministry of Shipping along with Ministry of Environment make a single piece of document which has got all the list of hazardous wastes, starting with how we have to identify it, how we need to remove it, how we need to package it, how we need to transport it, and whether we can recycle it or reuse it, or we can destroy it. The whole end-to-end process, giving guidance that, okay, for PCB, asbestos, please go to this agency, this agency, this agency. Right now, there is a lot of confusion. And obviously, all of us are not hazmat experts or know a great deal about things. A good piece of document in consultation with everybody can help recycling facility a lot. Once again, thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Shobhit sir, and sorry for butting in. Next we have Ashish Mata, Principal Surveyor and Manager, Class NK. Can we have you on stage, please? Ashish Mata holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Mumbai University and completed his pre-sea training at MERI in Mumbai. He began his maritime career in 2000 as a trainee marine engineer and progressed to serve as chief engineer from 2008. In 2014, he joined Class NK, where he currently serves as principal surveyor and manager. With over 2 decades of experience in the maritime sector, Ashish brings extensive technical insight and a strong commitment to compliance and safety in ship surveys and audits. He is also qualified to conduct HKC inspections and ISO audits for quality management, environment management, occupational health and safety, and energy management systems. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. So, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to present before this distinguished gathering today. It's an honor to speak as we chart the course of the Hong Kong Convention's implementation and reflect on the next challenge shaping the future of ship recycling. Next slide, please. As is widely known, the Hong Kong Convention was adopted in Hong Kong on 15th May 2009. That was 16 years ago. Next slide. This table summarizes the challenges of the key stakeholders in preparing for compliance with the convention. Equipment manufacturers are required to prepare a material declaration and a supplier's declaration of conformity and submit them to shipbuilders to support the development of the IHM. Shipbuilders are responsible for developing the IHM for new ships. Ship owners must develop the IHM for existing ships and ensure it is maintained and updated throughout the ship's operational life. ship recycling facilities are required to prepare a ship recycling facility plan, to obtain authorization, and to develop a ship-specific ship recycling plan prior to recycling. These challenges faced by stakeholders were recognized from the time HKC was adopted. Class NK has played a key role in offering realistic solutions to these issues so that the stakeholders can comply with HKC from the very beginning. Next slide. One example of the practical solution provided by Class NK is the Prime Green SRM. In order to develop part 1 of the IHM, shipbuilders are required to collect a large volume of documents. And managing this process manually is extremely challenging without the support of information technology. Since 2011, Class NK provides a web-based system called PrimeShip Green SRM to assist with this task. This system significantly reduces the cost, space, and time required for IHM preparation. We offer this system free of charge, and many shipyards in Japan, China, and Korea have already adopted it for IHM development. Next slide. Another example of a realistic solution provided by Class NK is the issuance of a statement of compliance to ship recycling facilities. Since 2012, even before the Hong Kong Convention enters into force, Class NK has been issuing statement of compliance to ship recycling facilities as an independent third party. Our certification has become the de facto standard for ship owners seeking safe and environmentally sound recycling options. In 2012, we issued the world's first SOC to a ship recycling facility in China. In 2015, we issued the first SOCs in South Asia to 4 facilities in India. In 2020, we issued the first SOC in Bangladesh. As of May 2025, a total of 75 facilities have been certified, 69 in India, 5 in Bangladesh, and 1 in Turkey. Thanks to the efforts of many ship recycling facilities, the number of facilities meeting the convention standards has increased. This contributed to the ratification of the convention by major ship recycling countries, ultimately leading to the entry into force of Hong Kong Convention. Once again, I would like to express my sincere respect for everyone's efforts. However, this is not the goal, but rather the beginning, because safety requires continuous and never-ending efforts. I believe that the next challenge will be fostering a strong safety culture. Next slide. Why is safety culture the next challenge? The reason is the Hong Kong Convention provides the necessary procedures and structures. However, it is the attitudes and actions of people that truly make it work. To implement safety measures effectively, we need more than just rules. We need a culture where people trust the system and are willing to engage with it. Whether or not rules are followed or risks are reported really depends on the kind of culture we have. In fact, it's often not technical failures that lead to accidents, but cultural issues like people getting used to risks or not feeling safe enough to report problems. Next slide. How can we foster a safety culture? Fostering a safety culture is not easy. It requires daily, unwavering effort. Fostering a safety culture requires more than just procedures. It starts with strong leadership. When top management consistently prioritizes safety, it sets the tone for the entire organization. Equally important is engaging the workforce. Safety becomes truly effective when every employee feels involved and responsible. their insights and participation are essential. A reporting culture is also critical. People need to feel safe and supported when raising concerns. Without open communication, risks can go unnoticed and unaddressed. Education and training play a key role in reinforcing safe behaviors and building awareness. It's not just about knowing the rules, it's about understanding why they matter. And finally, we need to measure and evaluate our safety culture regularly. This helps us identify gaps, track progress, and continuously improve. This is one example of efforts to foster a safety culture. The photo here shows a morning greeting activity at shipyard in Japan. The company president and other executives regularly stand at the shipyard gate to greet employees with "Good morning, stay safe." It's an initiative that lays the foundation for a strong safety culture. It especially helps foster the following cultural values: open communication, mutual respect, shared safety awareness, role modeling by leaders. Such steady, day-to-day efforts are essential to fostering a strong safety culture. Next slide. This is the conclusion. Thanks to the efforts of stakeholders, especially ship recycling facilities in India, the Hong Kong Convention has entered into force on June 26, 2025. But this is just the beginning. Safety requires never-ending effort. The next challenge will be fostering a strong safety culture in ship recycling facilities. Class NK is committed to contributing to the next challenge in the ship recycling industry. Next slide. So before coming to an end, मैं आप सबसे क्लास एनके की तरफ से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता है कि सेफ्टी को अपना कल्चर बनाएं, ना कि सिर्फ एक रिक्वायरमेंट. जैसे ये एक एग्जाम्पल जापान का था, वैसे ही आप अपने शिप रिसाइकलिंग फैसिलिटीज में भी डाल सकते हैं, जब वर्कर्स को रोज सुबह ग्रीट करें, स्टे सेफ, प्रोटेक्ट एनवायरनमेंट. और ये जो कल्चर है ये टॉप मैनेजमेंट से आना चाहिए. सो थैंक यू ऑल फॉर लिसनिंग.
Thank you, Ashish. Can I ask you to please stay back? Can I also request Gopi Krishna, Amol Bonde and Shobit Kapoor to join us on stage? Can I request Rajkumar Beniwal Saab to please come on stage to hand over the mementos? And can I also request Ajit Kumar Sukumaran to also come on stage? Can we have the mementos, please? Can I request Beniwal Saab to hand over the memento to Gopi sir? Can I request Beniwal Saab to hand over to Ashish Mata? Can I request Ajit sir to please hand over to Shobit Kapoor? Can I request Ajit sir to please hand over to Amol Bonde? Can we have a group photograph, please? Group photograph. This one. डीजी सर आइए सर. Thank you. Request everyone to be seated down. all your patience. Coming to the end of the program, can I request Captain Rakesh Kumar Mishra ji, GMB Port Officer Alang, to please come on stage. Rakesh Kumar Mishra has 30 years experience in shipping industry with 13 years in sailing from cadet to captain and 17 years in port administration. He has monitored shipbuilding in Japan and South Korea as ship captain and now as port officer Alang since last 5 years in ship recycling industry. Over to you for your word of thanks, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for the intro, sir. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected speakers, member associated with ship recycling industry, representative of classification society, various stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of GMB, it's both an honor and a privilege for me to stand before you today to present vote of thanks. As we conclude this insightful seminar, at this historic moment, we are reminded of the power of collaboration, foresight, and commitment to sustainable maritime practices. With finally HKC coming into force, we are no longer speaking of aspiration. We are witnessing action over here. This is a turning point in maritime history. It is a moment when regulation meets resolve, policy meets purpose. We are fortunate enough to see the history being made in front of our own eyes. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and special thanks to our chief guest, DG Sir Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji, who spared his precious time, visited Alang yesterday, and today he gave his great expertise and vision. With HKC now in force, we found ourselves at meaningful crossroad where global standards meet local action. It's an opportunity to improve safety, protect environment, support the communities that make ship recycling possible. Sir, your emphasis on 5 clear specific goals for GMB, it has given a roadmap to us. We will try to comply with that as much as possible, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Over last 4 decades, Gujarat Maritime Board has played a transformative role in shaping Alang Ship Recycling Yard from a local level industry to a global ship recycling hub. GMB's ripple effect goes far beyond the coastline. It has helped to build an entire ecosystem of industries. We are blessed to have energetic Vice Chairman and CEO, Sri Rajkumar Beniwalji, at the helm of affairs, leading from the front, sir. Sir, thank you very much indeed for your detailed presentation on the subject and covering wide spectrum. Sir, in today's scenario of world grappling with climate change, resource scarcity, and mounting industrial waste, our ship recycling industry acts as a powerful symbol of circularity, responsibility, and renewal. Sir, your vision to make Alang the dream destination for ship recycling is ultimate and overwhelming. Thank you, sir. Special thanks to Sri Ajit Kumar Sukumaranji, Chief Surveyor cum DDG. He has taken us down the memory lanes from Exxon Valdez to Jaire Viking. So thank you very much, sir, for taking down us to that lane. He has given the insight into HKC compliance and the ship recycling at Alang. Thank you, sir. Special thanks to Collector sir, who has left about an hour back. Special thanks to Vipul Singalji, Director, MOPSW, Captain Santosh Darukarji, Principal Officer, MD Kantla, Shri Vishnu Kumar Gupta ji, President, Shriya, Mr. David Birwadkarji, Chairman, IME. Thank you for gracing the occasion and giving your valuable thoughts. Many thanks to Harish Parmarji for presentation on material recovery. Uday Agrawalji, plot number 24. He has given a plot layout, safe working practices, etc. Satish ji from V1, Rohit ji from plot number 8. Special thanks to Gopi Krishna ji, DG Shipping, Amol ji from IRS, Shobhit Kapoor ji from LR, and Ashish Mata ji from NK. Today's discussion have helped us explore the HKC effect in detail with care and clarity. I hope we leave this room not only more informed, but also more inspired to contribute, each in our own way, to a more responsible maritime future. This seminar would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of the organizing committee behind the scene at various levels, led by Sri Sanjeev Mehra ji. Thank you, sir. At GMB, led by Chief Engineer Mr. Talavia, sir, and his team. At Shriya, I thank all the members. Special mention to Haresh Parmar ji, Uday Bhatt ji, and Vishnu Amma ji for leading from front. Your unwavering dedication ensured seamless and impactful event. As we move forward, let us carry the spirit of today's dialogue into our daily work. HKC is not just a regulation, it is a promise to future generation. Let us remember, we are not dismantling his vessel. Sir, I am making this statement, we are not dismantling vessel. We are forging a path toward green steel, safer practices, global leadership in sustainable ship recycling. Thank you all once again for your presence, passion and partnership. Big round of applause to DGS, MMD, Sriya, IMEI, all the stakeholders, and at the last, GMB. Thank you, sir. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Can we all rise for the national anthem, please?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. We request everyone to have lunch before leaving. Thanks very much.
have your attention everyone. जो हमारा लंच है वो स्टार्ट हो चुका है और आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि हमारे फूड में लंच में जो मेन्यू में जितनी भी लाइव काउंटर्स है वो यहाँ पैसेज में रखे हैं, तो प्लीज लाइव काउंटर्स जितने भी हो वो यहाँ पैसेज में है. तो हैव योर लंच. थैंक यू एवरीवन.